Do we have to save France again? No, we don't. This time we're off to the jungle, I believe. Broken Sword 2, The Smoking Mirror, Remastered. Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing today? You've got 4 minutes until you can see me. You're not allowed until then. You haven't earned that yet. Broken Sword 2, Broken Harder. Jungle Templars. I don't know if there's anything to do with Templars in this game. In the last game, we finished it by an angry French lady throwing some C4 at an Italian mobster in a Scottish church. Who will she throw C4 at this time? Who knows? No one's sure. As much as I'm sure you're loving the looping music, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit, just so it's not gonna be crazy loud for everyone. Cool, there we go. Beautiful. So no French accent. Oh no, don't worry, Nicole is in this one. So, obviously Nicole and George were not meant to be caught up in that kind of conspiracy of Broken Sword 1. But, as often happens with adventure films and adventure games and adventure characters, they then immediately get caught up in another world, kind of globe-trekking, global domination conspiracy thing. It's very strange. It is very, very strange that as soon as you've finished one globe-trotting conspiracy adventure, you just get thrown straight into another. When will they fix this? There's been 5 games. There's been 5 Broken Sword games. At some point, they're going to fix the sword. They're going to get some kind of blacksmith. They're going to get a guy. That's what they're going to... Maybe they like it. Maybe they enjoy the sword being broken. That's what it is. It's all... It's broken swords all the way down, guys. But anyway, let's begin. Good evening. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully you're all lovely. I have been ripping some carpet up in my dining room. That's not a euphemism. I actually ripped some carpet up. I have replaced it with gym tiles, and I will be turning my dining room into a home gym. Will I start the Josh Strife Gains channel? Who knows? What are we going to do? You don't know. I'm a wild card. I could start any kind of content I needed to. The sword is indeed still broken. But no, in all seriousness, I will be getting super hench over the next year or two. I have finally got kind of the home gym project going on. Will I make videos and put them up of me doing a bicep curl? Possibly a tricep extension. Maybe even, bear with me here, a squat. I know. It's crazy. The possibilities are endless. I'm pretty much going to just spec into strength now. I've had enough of being a charisma build. It's time to respec as strength. That's the entire thing. We've been hungering too long. It's time for the bunga. We're going for the henchman. That's what we need to be. The henchman. Biceps and triceps. What about quadceps? Quipceps. Everyone forgets those. You know, you can't just train 2, 3, and 4. You got to go with 5 and 6. Yes, I'm going for the charismatic strength build, the paladin, if you will. That's what we're going to be. I will be your friend. I will be your paladin. There we go. Am I going to be a bouncer? I make a living putting my life on the line. Do you guys want to play a game? I mean, we can sit here and talk constantly about, you know, stuff. Or we can play a point-and-click adventure game from 1998. That's what we're working at in the waistcoat. Yes, I'll go with that. Oh, there we go. There's my alarm to get to work. See, it's how seriously I take my job. The Smoking Mirror, indeed. Broken Sword 2, Broken Harder. Now, one thing that you will need to deal with is the resolution that this game plays in is not quite widescreen. So there will be a black bar to the left of the screen behind where I believe your Twitch names appear on stream. Are you guys ready? Will I play Baldur's Gate 3? Eventually. I want to play Baldur's Gate 3 off stream first so I can actually, you know, enjoy it, and then I will play it on stream. The problem is playing it off stream is going to take me a couple of 100 hours, and I don't have that free. The RuneScape video is the audio is nearly half finished, which, oh my god, it was a hell of a long video. But that's going to be a good one when it comes out. 4 hours of RuneScape. But for now, are we breaking the same sword further? So for anyone who wasn't here, the actual broken sword in the first game was a mythical communications array that allowed you to talk with angels, and the Templars used this to gain unnatural amounts of Riz. and they would then manipulate world leaders into doing what they wanted to do. What do you do for a living, Mr. Hayes? Amazingly, Tony, this. I sit here, talk about old point-and-click adventure games. I have a YouTube channel, and some reason, I don't know why, but some reason people subscribe to this. I'm going to tell you a secret, guys. I mean, Twitch don't want me to tell you this, all right? The elites don't want you to know this, but I'm going to tell you a secret anyway, just between you and me, okay? If you don't subscribe to this Twitch channel, nothing happens. You can still watch it. That's fine. That's okay. I mean, don't tell anyone. I mean, if anyone asks, tell them that you have to. But the truth is, I was going to do this anyway. So, I know. Some of you subscribed with Prime. You've fallen right into my trap. You fell for one of the classic ruses. See, I do that, I play up to the humble humility side of it, and you're all like, I like the cut of this guy's jib, I'm going to subscribe. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted you to do from the start. If I sit here and say, guys, you've got to subscribe, nobody does because it seems arrogant. But if I sit here and say, oh, you don't need to, everyone does, because reverse psychology is better than regular psychology. Never trust a thing I say up here. Erutas, the first thing you've ever said in chat is an incredibly unhappy emoji. Welcome to the stream, it's going to get worse. You guys ready? Are you guys ready? Here we go. Now, it does say continue because I had to test the actual thing works. Remember, George Stobart, American tourist, and Nico Coulard, sexy French journalist. I think they ended up kind of getting together at the end of the first game? So I'm going to put the sound effects up, the music up, the speech up. We'll adjust these levels as and when we need to, but it starts off with an intro cinematic, and this game actually has speech bubbles for almost everything. So, now we're all ready. Broken Sword 2, The Smoking Mirror. Let's do it. Jungle Templars. Kind of feeling it.
This must be the place. Professor Ubier's house.
Looks pretty creepy. I'd been away from Paris and hadn't seen Nico for nearly 6 months. I wanted to celebrate our reunion, but she had other plans. An appointment with an archaeologist. Something to do with a Mayan stone she came across while researching a story. The guy who answered the door didn't look much like an archaeologist to me. I have a bad feeling about this.
Not a good start. We're in danger. Oh man, I mean, this start's got it all. Fire, jungle, spiders, French people, everything. Everything is in this game. It's insane. Right, okay, so It's obviously our anniversary, so I assume that George and Nico are a couple now. We have travelled to meet an archaeologist and instead meeting two bad guys who have tied... Am I tied to a chair? I'm tied to a chair now, aren't I? George, I say I. George is tied to a chair. Right, let's see what we've got.
There were only 3 things I didn't like about spiders. The way they looked, the way they moved, and the fact that they lived on the same planet as me. This spider was big, mean, and hairy, and definitely not a native of Europe.
So I'm kind of with George on the spider thing here. However, there's one spider that lives in my house, I haven't yet given him a name, who we had a bit of a kind of a bee and a wasp and a fly thing a while ago, just in the general area of the Midlands that I live. And I kind of came down one morning and the spider had caught a wasp, and I thought, you can stay here. All right, you've earned your keep at this point. Don't get me wrong, I don't like him, and he doesn't like me. But he can live rent-free. That's absolutely fine. He can live rent-free to just hang out in my house and catch flies and wasps if he needs to. That's great. I'll give him that. Here we go. Look, I don't like spiders because they have too many legs. Nothing needs 8 legs. I also don't like snakes because they have too few legs. A snake shouldn't be able to move, and yes, it does. Okay? I have a weird phobia of things that shouldn't be able to move that do. I don't know if it's a phobia, but like I find it terrifying. I had a nightmare as a kid. Imagine that there's a TV playing static, and you unplug the TV, and it continues to play static. That shouldn't happen. Like, I just don't like things that shouldn't happen. Now, here's the theory. I don't like snakes because they have too few legs. I don't like spiders because they have too many. However, if they got together and shared, a snake with 4 legs is just a lizard, and that's fine. So I think my prejudice is about number of legs. However, centipedes, they're fine. Again, I get to the point where they've got so many legs that it's kind of absurd, and I'm okay with that. I think that if you have a recognizable number of legs, more than 2, it's weird. But as soon as you get to an unrecognizable number of legs, it's just a little bit silly. And at that point, I'm not really... Yeah, so my worst nightmare is a TV with 8 legs that just plays static. I hate the fact you just wrote that down. I never even pictured that. I can't sleep now. I hate you. Get out the stream. You've ruined my life. That's horrible. I've got 3 legs. How do you feel about that? If I had £1 every time a guy said that to me, I'd be able to afford security so they could stop saying that to me. Okay, right, here we go. Let's do this. George, you've got to escape from this spider. What are we going to do? Just step on it. Okay, the spider managed to defeat our ability to step on it with the advanced tactic of moving backwards a little bit. God damn it. Maybe we can rizz up the spider. Nope, we just try to stamp on it again and it moves away again. Right, that's not happening. The house is on fire, so I should probably do something. What else have I got? Bookcase.
I glanced over the books, vaguely hoping to find a copy of How to Deal with Poisonous Spiders While Tied to a Chair. No such luck. But I noticed one corner of the bookcase was supported by a loose block of wood.
Okay, cool. In that case, let's just kick that block of wood out of the way.
Maybe I'd been a little heavy-handed, but it was a question of survival. Of course, I was still tied to a chair in a burning house with no means of escape.
Spider's dead. Tied to a chair. Oh, hang on, what's this? I've bravely eliminated the spider. How do I free myself? And if you click on the puzzle hint, it actually gives you hints. So if we ever get stuck, there's an in-game hint system. This is excellent. I'm going to guess we use the hook on the wall just there.
With one mighty bound, our hero was free. Now, I had to deal with that fire.
Can't you just walk away? Your feet weren't tied down. Look, Lord Dutchington, a lot of this is about optics and about the kind of visual appeal of stuff. If I leave this burning house and Nico, my beloved, is outside, she is not going to find me attractive if I am hunched forward, tied to a chair, taking little pitter-patter steps with my feet, walking out with a spider following me, slightly on fire. Right? That's not sexy. That's not doing it for anyone. You need to stride out of the house with a spider dead behind you on fire that way. Ideally, not even on fire at all, but if that does happen, we can work with it. We can kind of, you know, we can weave that into the energy that we're bringing. Right, okay, come on, George. Maybe we should take the rope.
The rope was shredded and no possible use to me.
Maybe we should take the chair.
The projecting bracket had served its purpose.
Okay.
I had no time to sit around.
All right, George, fine. We'll do everything you want to do then, shall we? Let's go this way. First of all, what's in the writing bureau? Anything I can take?
Inside, I found a bottle of tequila.
I mean, done.
Normally, I didn't drink strong spirits, but today was far from normal.
All right, cool.
Ew. Disgusting.
Is that...
Not only did the tequila burn like hell, I just managed to stop myself from swallowing the worm.
Obviously, we're going to take the worm out of the tequila.
There was something short, fleshy, and gross on the carpet. It was the worm from the bottle of tequila.
I mean, do we now just have that with us?
It was that itsy-bitsy tequila worm. I really must remember to take it out of my pants before I send them to the laundry.
Never launder your pants with worms in them, guys. Let George be a lesson to you there. Right, so the game starts, as many games starts, by squishing a spider with a bookcase and then putting a worm in your pants. That's just how, that's the energy we're going with. All right, Broken Sword 2, bring it to me. What about this drawer?
In the drawer was a small decorated pot.
I take it, obviously. George is full-on English maxing here. We are just looting everything from an archaeologist's place.
The pot contained a key.
So you have to actually examine items in your inventory this time. That was new. We didn't do that last game.
It looked like a house key.
Ah, cool. What else we got? There's a handbag on the floor.
It was a stylish little canvas number containing a lipstick, a handwritten note, and a pair of nylon panties with a large love heart emblazoned across the front. It occurred to me that Nico's tastes must have really changed while I was away. Well, they could be useful.
Have we... We have.
It was a pair of red, lace-trimmed panties decorated with a large black satin heart.
Okay, so we are going to be able to show that to everyone. Every single NPC we meet, I need to know their opinion on these. Now, they might be Nico's. All right, cool. If that's what she's into, that's what she's into. George, she clearly isn't into you, because otherwise you would have known what her tastes are like. What does the note say that was in the handbag?
I guess I had no business reading the note, but I figured it might give me a clue to what Nico was involved in. It was from Andre Lobineau, the history student Nico had known at college. The letter was sentimental mush, and revealed that the exotic lingerie, as he called it, was a gift from him. It gave his telephone number. Lobineau figured himself as a rival for Nico's affections, but I couldn't believe that that creep was in the running.
It's not an idea of in the running. This isn't a race where the prize is a woman. You know, women are not people that you put kindness coins into until sex falls out. She's a fleshed-out character unto herself, and she is allowed to flirt with whoever she wants to. Lobineau is allowed to do that. I'm going to be honest, George. Taking the last game specifically, Lobineau so far is the bright choice. Like, literally, we played through all of the game as George, but Lobineau was the one with the answers and the knowledge and the job and the stability and the history, and he just seems like a good guy. I'm sorry, but so far, this game should be about Lobineau. It really should. Right, so we've got that. Oh, it's the dart.
That dart was sharper than a mosquito's business end. But this didn't deter me from getting it anyway.
We can take it back to Nico. Deliver it to her again. Right, time to get out. There's a fire in the way, so can I smash the window?
I wasn't going to get through those sturdy bars.
Oh, damn, the game thought of everything. What about this box that the spider was in?
I wasn't going to touch the box after that spider had been inside it.
Okay, cool, we can't touch that. Let's have a quick examine of the fire, shall we?
I racked my brains to think of a way to improvise a fire extinguisher. If only I'd stopped for a coffee at the airport.
If only. I mean, that would be a fire extinguisher. There's a siphon on the side.
There was no pressure in the siphon. I guess it was out of gas.
Okay, George, I'm just saying that if we moved quickly, we could probably just get over the fire.
The cabinet was locked.
Well, time that we use the house key on the cabinet.
The key was way too large to fit into that tiny keyhole.
Well, I guess we're dead then. It's been a good run, guys. George Stobart burned to death in a fire. It's a very short game, to be fair. Right, now we clearly have to combine items with other items. Can we combine the worm with the pants?
That was no good.
Alright, that's probably your problem, George. If you'd have tried more, could have worked. What was the pot all about?
The red and yellow pot had black decorative markings shaped like hands. Weird mutant hands, that is.
Maybe we can combine the worm with the pot.
I'd better think this through.
I've thought it through, George. I'm ready. Let's do this. Okay, there's clearly something that we're missing here. The siphon. That one there. It's got no pressure in it. How do we get out of this? It's a good thing that we can just wait for a long time. What did you miss? A lot.
I wasn't going to get through those sturdy bars.
You missed so much. I mean, my goodness. Honestly, there was a sacrifice in a jungle Mayan temple. Nico was there. We've got some pants. Lobineau sent them. George has... Let's take the tequila. The whole thing.
I'd drunk enough of that.
George, just take the tequila. Oh, hang on. There we go. So 6 months later... Hang on, we can do the voice for this one, it's okay. Howdy there, first time catching the stream. Prepare to be whelmed, neither over nor under. It's going to be a totally normal stream. So, 6 months later, here I am back in Paris. Got a meeting lined up with Nico. She wants me to go meet some archaeologist with her, a guy called Professor Ubier. I don't know what it's all about. Something to do with carvings on a Mayan stone. Truth is, it'll be great to see Nico again, whatever the reason. Right, what about the dead spider?
I wasn't touching that spider goo.
Okay, George, what about this photograph?
Nice couple.
That... what?
Ubier and his wife, I guess.
Potentially. Potentially. Right, what else is over here? Rope, chair, there's nothing this way. What else is in the handbag? Did we miss something in the handbag, possibly?
I'd already ransacked Nico's handbag, and besides which, the color didn't suit me.
Can we soak the pants in tequila? Bear with me here, it might work. No, the game's like, that's not a good idea. Anything else in the writing bureau, behind it? No. Right, we need to refill the pressure. Can we just throw the siphon at the thing? Can let's check out the lipstick.
It was Nico's lipstick. It wasn't my color. And it reminded me of clowns.
George, I'm going to give you some Riz advice here. Don't say that to a girl. Like, if they put lipstick on and say, how do I look? Your answer is not, you remind me of a clown.
There was no pressure in the siphon. I guess it was out of gas.
Right. So, that's out of gas. Can we take it?
It was a soda fountain. Perfect for mixing with drinks or squirting at clowns.
You're hung up on the clown thing here, George.
It was the box that spider had crawled from.
Could we throw the worm at the fire? No, that doesn't work. George, we really could have walked out the room by now, I'm just saying.
The door blocked my only means of escape.
You could have... There's a carpet, we can kind of hit the fire down. I've checked every... What's this?
It was the poisoned dart which had stunned Nico. I'd never known anything keep her quiet so effectively.
Maybe she doesn't want to talk to you, George. Maybe that's what it is. She's just not a fan of chatting to you. Let's throw the pot at the fire. No, that doesn't work. Okay, this is the first puzzle in the game, guys. It's gonna be a long game. This is literally the first puzzle. What else can we do? Can we combine the pants with the siphon? No. Can I just try and open the door with the key?
The house key didn't fit into the keyhole.
Can I just go out the door?
The door blocked my only means of escape.
Right, so nothing is fitting the keyhole. Can I... Right. The spider would have dealt with the fire by now. Nico's actually dead by now. Nico is dead. Can we use the dart as a lockpick? I hate this game.
As I released the lock, something blew the doors open.
Okay, it's going to be a long game. Right, we've got a pressure cylinder.
That cylinder was hot. I couldn't pick it up with my bare hands.
Well, time to use some pants.
The panties I'd found in Nico's bag were just what I needed to wrap around the hot cylinder.
It's a good thing there was a bit of fabric in the room. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find anything. What else have we got? What else is in here?
The cabinet was already open.
Okay, now we use the cylinder of gas on the siphon to repressurize it. Yeah, we're already 10
The
minutes
cylinder
in, and
gave out a faint hiss as the valve opened.
10 minutes in, George is wrapping his panties around a hot cylinder. Wrong direction,
Now
George.
I had one primed up and ready to use extinguisher.
Okay, come on, George, we can do this.
With
George-
a well-aimed squirt of his soda fountain, our unshakable hero saved the day. Now it was time to start looking for Nico.
You could have just unscrewed the top of the siphon and poured the water that was in it over the fire. I hate you, George. I hate you so much.
I wasn't going to burn myself on that red-hot doorknob, and it wasn't the time for subtlety.
All right, okay. George suddenly leveled up. George became the hero we needed him to be. Bravely escaped from a burning room. Achieved. Well done. Let's use the telephone.
Much as I disliked him, Lobineau might be my only hope of finding Nico.
Let's give Lobineau a call. He knows what's going on. I thought he would have wrapped the panties around the doorknob.
Hi, Andre?
Who is this?
It's George Stobart, Nico's boyfriend.
Don't you mean ex-boyfriend?
Look, I didn't call you just to pick a fight. I need to talk to you about Nico.
Can't you accept she's just not interested in you?
Listen, Andre, we need to talk. Nico's life depends on it.
Okay. You remember the cafe at Montfaucon?
Sure. Andre?
When do you want me to be there?
Better show, you creep.
You want me to be there now?
I felt an irrational urge to wipe my ear.
Do you need me to be there right now? Like, Andre, I'm a couple of hours away. It's going to take some time. There's a newspaper here. Let's read it.
I'd found a piece of newspaper folded in two. It referred to a forthcoming eclipse of the sun. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be visible from Europe. The best place to view the eclipse would be Mexico.
Beautiful. We get to put a yellow filter on everything. Fantastic. I'm going to save the game really quickly because I think you can still die in this one.
It was locked.
George, I just watched you kick open a door. You can do it again. Let's go out of this one instead then. Let's travel out of here. Oh.
The door was locked. I didn't fancy my chances of kicking this door down.
Let's use the house key then, shall we?
I unlocked the door. I wasn't looking forward to meeting Lobineau again, but he was my only link with Nico.
No one's looking forward to a cafe meeting with a Frenchman.
There was no sign of Lobineau when I got to the cafe. I decided to order a coffee and wait for him.
Oh, look at all these recycled frames. Love it. It's the policeman from last time. We remember him.
Pardon me, but don't I know you?
Huh?
You were here the day I found the catacombs.
I was? Ah, yes. I remember you.
Yeah. Are you still in the police force?
No, not anymore. I'm a man of leisure. And what brings you back to Paris?
The girl I love.
My girlfriend.
What it is to be young and in love. Will you share a bottle of wine with me?
Hey, listen, I'd love to, but I need to keep a clear head.
So my company isn't good enough for you.
He's 6 months older than the previous game. This game takes place 6 months after the first game. He has aged 20 years in 6 months. So what happened with George and Nico? I don't know. That's part of the story. We're going to find it out. Hey, who's this picture person? Now that's the guy, isn't it? The archaeologist dude. Do you know him?
Have you ever heard of a Professor Oubier?
No, monsieur. I don't recall the name.
Well, apparently he's an expert on Mayan art and history.
A little out of my field of experience, monsieur. If he'd been a serial killer or a sodomite, I might have been able to help.
Yes, audio mixing in this game, by the way, is... it's the Wild West of games, so some of the audio balancing will be entirely left, some of it will be entirely right, some will be stereo, some will be mono. We don't know. This is part of the adventure that we're all going on. It's an auditory adventure as well as an actual game adventure. Can we chat to someone? Hey? I clicked on the dude before he went away. There you are. Hey. My bro? My bro, they? Okay, so if I click on...
Garçon.
There we go.
He ignored me. I'm sure it was deliberate.
Can't believe it.
It was too hot to sit inside the cafe. Besides, I might miss Lobineau.
Let's chat to this guy, the gendarme, some more. Hey! What do you think of this poison dart?
What do you make of this dart?
I remember a case where the victim was killed with just such a device. The poison acted in seconds, causing his body to swell up like an inflatable life raft.
What do you know about the total eclipse that's happening soon?
What do you make of this news cutting?
Orphanage supplied fast food chain?
No, it's the article above that.
Oh! Total eclipse of the sun. Well, that's very dull in comparison. I don't know anything about eclipses.
What do you think about this letter?
Tell me what you make of this note.
From my years of experience, I gained a pretty good insight into handwriting. I'd say that note was written by a compulsive, obsessive type with an Oedipus complex.
Hey, you got just about everything apart from the ponytail.
I'm going to agree with you, because I don't like Lobineau. I have no evidence for what you said was correct, but what you said was negative against a person that I also dislike, so I'm going to completely agree with you. And that's how politics works. You don't need to be right. You just need to say bad things about the right people, and people that also don't like them will agree with them. This guy gets it. Tell me about you. What have you been doing in the last 6 months?
Why did you leave the police?
I was forced to retire. The golden handshake. Only in my case, it was more copper than gold.
How come?
I was made a scapegoat to cover up the department's inefficiencies.
Like, you didn't do your job. I know you. You didn't do anything.
I had no place to go except back to Ubier's house. Besides, I didn't want to...
Right, so we just sit and wait for Lobineau, do we? Let's drink from this flask.
I couldn't snatch the man's
Couldn't snatch his flask while he's looking. Let's wait for him to drink then, and then steal... Oh, good. So the first thing we're going to do is steal...
The man was still looking.
Oh my god, just...
The man was still looking.
Wait for something, and then we steal his flask. I didn't realize you could steal this guy's flask. You can steal his flask. Now, go.
The man was still looking.
God damn it, game! Okay, what do we do? What have we got? What can we make... Hey, what do you think of these panties?
He wouldn't have wanted that.
You don't know what he wouldn't have wanted.
What's that you're drinking?
It's wine.
Right, maybe we can use some more items. Hey, what do you think? Can I just throw the dart at him? Nothing has changed.
He wouldn't have wanted that.
George is still just committing crimes in Paris. That's all he's doing. Can I throw the worm at him?
He wouldn't have wanted that.
George, this guy could have wanted many things. Many things. Would he want some lipstick?
He wouldn't have wanted that.
Can we
the man was still looking.
How do we get the guy to look somewhere else? Do we put the worm...
Wrong.
Okay, so I go to put the worm in the flask and the game shouts at me. Like the game straight up shouts at me. For doing this. I'm sorry, game.
Hey, you. Quoi? I'd like a cup of coffee if you don't mind.
When I finish serving this gentleman.
Dude, you can't serve the gentleman. He's drinking ungodly amounts of wine. He hasn't stopped. We could just shoot him. We are American. We're an American hero. Where's Nico with her C4 when you need it? Oh, good. Coffee. Excellent. Beautiful. We have a cup of coffee
Un
now.
café.
Thanks.
Hey, do you know a guy called Lobineau?
Do you know a guy called Andre Lobineau?
Oui, I know him. What of it?
Well, I'm supposed to meet him here. Did I miss him?
No, I have not seen him today.
Hey, do you know about that guy's flask that he's drinking from?
What does that guy keep pouring out of his flask?
Absinthe.
Absinthe? I thought that was highly dangerous and outlawed in France.
It is. Don't look at me, I didn't sell it to him.
Hey, do you know a guy called Professor Oubier?
Have you heard of Professor Oubier?
Oui. He married that actress, the little dachshund. They used to come here. The nutty professor and the movie star.
Nice. Tell me about the actress.
If Oubier's wife was a movie star, how come I never heard of her?
She was big in France. The world doesn't stop at Hollywood. Her stage name was Carol Climax. She died in suspicious circumstances.
I wonder what kind of film she was in. Okay, we're going to respect her. We're not going to take the piss out of Carol Climax.
How did Oubier's wife die?
I heard he shot her.
And got away with it?
He had a good lawyer and a watertight alibi.
Okay, maybe we can go into the sewers. I don't know why, I'm just feeling the call to go there. Yo, tell me about the guy that's been drinking wine all the time.
Do you know that man over there?
I should think so. He's a regular customer.
Play this game as a kid, you didn't get that one. When we go back and experience kind of media as adults, we realize how much stuff we missed, how many in-jokes they kind of subtly snuck in there. Tell me more about Professor Oubier.
Why would an eminent public figure like Oubier risk everything for murder?
He wouldn't be the first, would he? Besides, people like him always get off.
He got off with Carol Climax, all right. So, tell me about this dart.
Look at this. A poison dart.
Ah oui, sure.
It's the real thing. Knocked my girlfriend out cold in a matter of seconds.
Romantic. Sounds like a real close relationship you have going.
That's all.
Thank you.
Right, goodbye. Oh, good, Lobineau's here, finally. More French people.
Well, this is a surprise, Georgie.
No, it's not. You planned the meeting.
I wouldn't normally call you, but Nico's in trouble, Andre. Deep trouble. You have to help me find her.
What? What have you dragged her into this time?
It was you that recommended Professor Oubier as an expert on Mayan art. Now his butler's kidnapped her, and he tried to kill me.
Every time she gets involved with you, there is trouble. Walking out on her was the best thing you could do.
My father was dying, damn it. I had no choice.
Well, she soon recovered once she went back to her old friends.
Drop it, Andre. Right now, Nico's in danger, and we have to work together.
So, how can I help?
Nico needed to speak to Oubier about a stone.
Oh, you mean this stone?
It's a phone.
So that's what all the trouble's about.
Precisely. Nicole told me to guard it with my life.
Well, it's worth more than that, surely.
Oh, very funny.
What's funny is that your life really is on the line.
What are you talking about?
The stone is a Mayan artifact, dummy, and the guy who kidnapped Nico was from Central America. It was the stone they were after.
Oh my god, you mean I could be in danger too?
You could. You absolutely could, my friend. You have no idea. So, from what we've managed to piece together, George and Nico were dating, George's dad was ill, he broke up with Nico to go and take care of his dad, and now he still... I think George still sees himself as dating Nico when they aren't. So, maybe George has got like a little kind of an ambiguous thing going on there. We're not sure what's going on with that. Right, let's see what's going on with this. Tell me more about the Mayan stone.
What do you suppose the carving on the stone means?
I don't know. I haven't shown it to anyone.
Why don't you just give it to me?
I don't want your death on my conscience, George.
Are you sure?
Where did Nico get the stone?
I'm not sure I should tell you.
Oh, you should.
It was something to do with smuggling.
Excellent. Would you like this worm?
What do you think this is, Andre?
I don't know.
I'll give you a clue. It's got more backbone than you.
You think you're amusing, don't you?
Yes. So, George, you can't just come in here and start slinging insults around, man. You need to back it up, and right now you don't have anything to back this up with. You're carrying around a pair of your ex-girlfriend's pants given to her as a gift by the man sat in front of you. That is not very... That's not Sigma behavior, George. That's not very skibbity-riz of you. Gotta be real. What do you think of this pot?
What can you tell me about this pot?
South or Central American, I'd say. I have a friend who'd be able to tell you more.
Where can I find this guy?
He owns a gallery on the left bank. The Gliese Gallery.
Right. What do you know about Professor Oubier?
Why didn't Nico take the stone to Oubier?
I don't know. Perhaps she suspected something like this would happen.
If she's been hurt, Andre, I'll break every bone in your body.
No, that's typical of you. Do you think I don't care what happens to Nicole?
It occurred to me that slugs don't have bones to break, but I kept that thought to myself.
George, let's wrap a second. You needed to wrap some pants around your hand to open a hot handle to then repressurize a gas canister to squirt out a fire that you could have just stepped over. Being extra badass is not really your forte.
Tell me about your friend Oubier.
He's more of a professional acquaintance than a friend.
I see. So you don't really know him at all?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you've got Ohio Riz right now, George. Tell me more about these Native American guys that kidnapped.
Does Oubier employ a guy from Central America?
Maybe. I don't know.
See you later.
Goodbye, Georgie.
Okay, so when you've fully done every conversation, they leave. Cool. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away.
I've had enough of your games, Kala. Tell me what you've done with my stone.
I thought your business was simply smuggling cocaine, Karzak. Why are you so interested in that stone?
Either you tell me what I want to know, or Pablo here will make you talk.
Okay. Well, I figured someone at the university would be able to help. So I had a word with one of my girlfriends, and she told me her boyfriend was a lecturer. I sent the stone to the Department of Ethnology. You know, I figured it was South American, so... You're not buying this, are you?
That's enough! I don't have time to listen to your mindless prattle. We'll leave you to think it over. Come the morning, you'll be ready to talk.
Why is the main human from Avatar here? I'm pretty sure he's the military commander from Avatar. Right, well, there's nothing to do apart from have a nice cup of coffee.
The man was still looking.
So Nico is like Lois Lane, but George is truly Clark... Yes, okay, Nico is Lois Lane, and George is Clark Kent, but without the Superman bit. That's what he is. He's just Clark Kent.
The man was still looking.
Right, how can we get the man to not look? Apparently I need this flask. Hey. Hey. What do you make about the little, the starlet, the wife of Oubier?
Ever heard of Carol Climax, the movie star?
Yes, but I don't care for the kind of movie she's made. It's smut like that which has caused the moral decline of the Western world.
I was joking, but apparently we were pretty on the money with what we assumed Carol Climax would be doing.
Is it true that Carol Climax was murdered by her husband?
First I heard of it. I thought she just retired.
I'm trying to find my girlfriend. She's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped?
Yeah, it was our first day back together after many months.
That's too bad. My God, that's depressing.
Yep. Oh no, now he's sad. He's not looking. Quick, steal his shit. Beautiful. Good job, George.
I grabbed the flask and was struck by a powerful smell of absinthe, a highly potent and illegal alcoholic drink.
Oh, stealing stuff from the French will make an Englishman of you yet. Use guile and cunning to steal a gendarme's flask. Now let's talk to the depressed alcoholic man. This game has got a real vibe to it, hasn't it?
Excuse me.
What?
What's up with you?
Do you miss being a gendarme?
Yes, of course I do.
I remember when I was
When
a
I wore
gendarme.
that uniform, I commanded the respect. Not anymore.
I remember when I was a gendarme as well. And a detective. And a doctor. And apparently a lawyer. Hey.
You need anything else?
There was nothing I wanted to say to him.
No, we're good. Yeah, George, I was an international... Let's go in the sewers for old time's sake.
I had no desire to go down into the sewers.
That is not the good behavior there, George. That's not the energy we want. Well, time to leave and go and talk to the guy in the museum by the bank.
Now I had another lead. I could either go back to Ubier's house or visit the Glee's gallery.
We're gonna... Okay, so you don't have a map anymore, you have the choices. Let's go to the gallery. The gallery should be able to tell us more about this Mayan stone.
The Glee's gallery had style and class, but very few customers.
So most galleries work, my friend. Lobineau was pretty odious, but it turns out that he had the stone, which has a coyote carved on its face. Apparently Nico acquired the coyote stone while investigating a smuggling ring and left it with him for safekeeping. She must have suspected that something was up. That'll be why she asked me to go with her to Ubier's place. Lobineau pointed her to someone at the university. Perhaps that was when Ubier got connected. But why do the Central American guys want this stone so badly? Lobineau did point me to a pal at the Glee's gallery who, he said, might be able to tell me more about Ubier's pot. It's a lead, I guess. Right. Let's go and have a chat. Hey, I've got a magical mythical stone and a pot. You look like a gallery.
Are you Mr. Glees, the owner?
Yes, sir. May I help you?
You're English?
These days one prefers to think of oneself as European.
Sure. Whatever you say.
And how precisely may one assist you, sir?
Well, finally we're represented in the game. He seems remarkably similar to Lobineau, which is annoying. Okay, he's obviously an incredibly kind of snarky Englishman. Look at that guy. Look at that guy, snake oil salesman through and through. What can you tell me about this Mayan stone?
What I really wanted to ask you about was a black stone.
A black stone?
Yeah, it's a Mayan artifact, about as big as my hand.
No, sir, one doesn't get much call for black stones. If it's Mayan artifacts you're interested in, I have some rather exquisite pots.
Yeah, I noticed. I've already got one of those.
Yeah, look.
I'd like your opinion on this pot.
Interesting. Would sir be interested in selling the article?
That depends. How much would you give me for it?
300? Possible 325?
I'll think about it.
Hey, we could make some money. We've just stolen a pot from Ubier's house and sold it for 300 quid. George, that makes you a thief. That's what you are there. Our list of crimes grows. What can you tell me about the upcoming eclipse?
I found this news story referring to a total eclipse of the sun.
Really, sir? Well, fascinating.
He does not care. What can you tell me about this guy? Is that him?
Who's that guy over there?
Oh, that guy.
That's Mr. Lane, sir, the critic. I'm hoping he'll give the gallery a favorable write-up. One has to be so patient with these critics. Lure them in with the correct bait, watch for a bite, then play them like a fish.
Well, he's certainly drinking like one.
Oh, a critic is getting a bit drunk, is he? Good thing we've got some absinthe. Okay, what can you tell me about Professor Ubier?
Have you heard of Professor Ubier?
Of course. His name is synonymous with Mayan art. A number of these artifacts were supplied by Ubier himself.
And which ones?
I suppose you have an import license for these relics?
Of course. But that's not my problem, sir. The professor arranges all the shipping. We simply collect the items from the docks.
Interesting. What can you tell me about Carol Climax?
Do you believe the story that Ubier murdered his wife?
If it was true, who can blame him? She was an opportunist tramp. Well, that's what I heard.
Oh, brutal!
Have you seen any of Ubier's wife's films?
Only one. Believe me, I was appalled, shocked, disgusted, and repulsed.
Well, you sure got your money's worth. Last time I went to the movies, I wasn't even titillated.
It's a densely packed film, without a doubt. He's fast, I'll give you that. Tell me more about Professor Ubier.
Could you tell me which docks Professor Ubier uses to import the artifacts?
Good God, no. I can't possibly reveal my commercial secrets.
I can just follow them back. What do you know about some kind of Central American guys?
Do you get many Central American Indians in here?
No, sir. This is Paris. Central America is several thousand kilometers southwest of here. Straight across the Atlantic Ocean and turn left. You can't miss it.
Well, as it happens, I saw some Central American Indians this very morning.
Tourists, sir. Paris is full of them at this time of year.
This dude is sarcastic. I like him. Now, let's go and have a chat to this guy, the critic.
You're Lane, the critic, aren't you?
Correct. Can't you see I'm busy?
Busy? Doing what?
Appreciating the art, or depreciating it. I have a reputation to uphold.
I could tell this guy was going to be hard work.
Look at these pants.
I didn't think he'd be interested.
George, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You're going to have to start showing somebody your pants eventually. What are you drinking?
What's that you're drinking?
I'm not sure, but I have a suspicion it might be urine. Glees can't expect a favorable criticism of his gallery when he serves this muck.
Alright, cool. Do you like this pot?
Would you give me your opinion on this pot, sir?
Yes. Very rapouche.
Rapouche?
Hideous.
What the hell do you think you're doing? You smashed my pot.
Certainly, it was not only worthless, it was ugly and offensive.
To you, maybe.
Believe me, I was doing you a favor.
Wow, okay, I expect a replacement pot. What do you know about Professor Oubier?
That pot you smashed belonged to Professor Oubier.
Did it really? I thought the man had more taste.
I wasn't going to waste any more breath talking to that pompous blimp. Maybe I could turn the situation to my advantage, and at the same time, get my revenge.
Let's pick up the bits of this pot, shall we?
The pot had smashed into too many pieces to retrieve.
Right, can we use an item on the pot? No, we can't. Can we just use the dart on this guy?
I didn't think he'd be interested.
God damn it. Okay, so there's a glass. Ah, can we pour the absinthe into the glass that he's drinking from? As long as we're quick. Right, cool. We've poisoned the man in the subtlest...
I splashed a little absinthe into the glass and hoped he wouldn't notice the change of color.
Oh, but then he drinks it and he's like...
Did you put something in my drink?
Yeah, I did. Well, what do you think?
Well, it's certainly an improvement over Glees's wine. In fact, I could grow to like it.
The question of did you just roofie me, you don't normally respond with yes, and he's like, good one. Oh, brilliant. This is great. 1998, you were a different time. Let's look at this picture together, shall we?
Rectangles in a desolate landscape. Highly cubist.
Oh, these are actually pictures. Didn't we all used to draw stuff like this on Paint back in the day? You got your first PC, you booted up Windows 95, 98, ME, XP, you opened up Paint, drew random shapes with the line tool, then used the fill tool to colour in random bits. They were good. Good times. Good times all round.
I'd had enough of talking to that slob.
Can we poison his drink some more? Let's see what happens if we can.
I didn't think he'd be interested.
I'm not trying to poison him, I'm trying to poison the glass.
Allow me.
Oh yeah, slowly. We're slowly putting more. This guy's willing. Oh no! Quick! Go and steal things.
The pot had smashed.
Right, while he's distracted, I'm gonna go and steal some stuff.
I had no possible...
Like, whatever's back here. A packing case? Where's it from? There'll be a label on it. We can work out where his stuff comes from.
There was nothing in the case but styrofoam packing, but pasted on the side was the remains of a label.
So read the label, George. Or just take it. Condor
Underneath the logo
Transglobal.
of a flying bird were the words Condor Transglobal Mars. The rest of the label was missing.
It's Marseille. It's going to be Marseille, obviously. It's a place in France. Come on, George, head in the game. Right, so that's where he's... This dude is receiving Mayan artifacts from that place.
I had no possible use for a credit card reader.
Let's go and see what else we've got, if anything. Have a look at the label, shall we?
It was a label bearing the name Condor Transglobal.
Right. Oh no, let's chat to Glees now that his place has been smashed up. This is bad.
Were those pots very valuable?
The pots are insured, but not the shelving. You've no idea how much that cost me.
It's true. Right, Lane, chat to me.
I wasn't going to waste my breath on that drunkard.
Okay. Hey, he smashed my pot.
Go away.
But my pot...
The pot had smashed into too many pieces to retrieve.
Alright, cool. Well, I guess we're done. Nothing else specific there. Some girls in the corner having a chat. Some Mayan pots.
The pots were protected by a glass case.
Right, well, I guess we can pop down to the docks, can't we? We can return to the cafe, or we can go to Ubier's house. Let's go to Ubier's house, see if we've missed anything specifically. Show them the panties. Look, I understand that 1998 was a different time, but I still don't think you can walk up to a random group of girls in a museum and show them a pair of pants and go, look, these are for my ex-girlfriend, bought for her by her current admirer. That's illegal. You can't do that. You know, you're not allowed. It's against the rules. Alright, let's use this key. Does it fit?
The house key didn't fit this lock.
God damn it, George. Use the lockpick again then, mate. You did it the first time. Do it this time.
The tiny point was only of use for picking small...
Okay, so, what else is up here in the house? See what else we've got in Professor Ubier's house, if we've missed anything. Oh good, the fire's out. Fantastic.
I wasn't going to touch the...
There's nothing else there. Nothing in the siphon. I don't know if we've missed anything specifically in Ubier's house. We could probably take the handbag. I think we're good. I think Ubier's house is pretty much sorted. Alright, we don't need to be here anymore. We don't need to be here. We're on the track of a weird Mayan artifact, and we know that they're imported for that museum from a certain place on the docks. So why don't we just go to the docks and see if we can find the import
I had a
boat?
choice of destinations.
Or we go back to the cafe. Have a chat with Lobineau. See what's going on. I feel that we're kind of bouncing around more here. Because I want to obviously get to the docks, which I think is important.
Excuse me.
What?
Do you know a woman called Nico Coulard?
I'd been looking forward to seeing my girl, but she wanted to rush off to see some professor.
I see. And you think she's having an affair with this professor?
Look, forget it. It doesn't matter.
It's not really an affair, mate. I mean, you're not dating her.
Didn't you try to appeal against your dismissal?
There was no point. It was my word against that of the chief inspector. And he was a close friend of the director of the museum I was supposed to be patrolling.
Oh. Was he? A museum, you
Excuse
say?
me.
Leave me alone.
Well,
I could either go back to Ubier.
let's go back to the gallery. Alright, young girls. I don't want to talk to you and you don't want to talk to me. But why is there an incredibly glamorous person walking past? But we're gonna do this. You're involved in a conspiracy now. What do you know about pots?
Hi, girls. What's the joke?
あなたはキレてですね。
Okay, fine.
I don't know what I expected. But it was not that. It was not that at all. Hey, do you guys want to see the worm? Go on, George. American charm. Pull out the Riz. And then our hero
If I wanted to be
bravely...
laughed at, there was always Nico.
Our hero bravely walked in and showed his worm to some tourists in a museum. Can somebody also work out what they were specifically saying, if anything?
It was a machine for reading credit cards.
Can I just steal a credit card from this guy or something? Hey, Glees. How's it going, man?
Go away.
He was out for the count.
Could I put some panties onto the critic?
I wasn't going to waste my breath on that.
Alright, what if I were to show them to Glees?
Go away.
Alright, Glees is not happy. He's not in a mood for chatting. This is not good. I'm not going to show the pants to the random tourists. That's not what we do here. The packing... Can we put something in the packing case? Can we take something out?
The packing case contained nothing but styrofoam chips.
Okay. Could I put something into it? Could I get into it?
The packing case...
No. We can't get in there. I have the packing label. What else do I need to know? I suppose what we need to know is...
It was a label bearing the name Condor Transglobal.
Could we show that to the gendarme? Maybe he's important here. Girls, what do you make of this label? What flavor of styrofoam? Use the panties on yourself. That's always plan B. It's always plan B.
If I wanted to be laughed at, there was always...
Right, so, let's go back to the gendarme. It cannot be Oubier's apartment. I need to show the gendarme the label and see if he knows anything else about this. A man came into a gallery, roofied a dude, put panties on his head and pulled out his worm. It was great. It was absolutely great.
Excuse me.
What?
He wouldn't have wanted that.
How do you know?
Which museum was it you were supposed to be patrolling?
The croon. It wasn't as if anything important was stolen. Just a rusty old tripod.
The tripod had returned a few weeks later.
Yeah, that was me.
Excuse me.
Leave me alone.
Do we have to just keep showing him items until he eventually goes, aha, I know.
Excuse me.
Leave me alone.
Right, let's chat to the waiter, maybe? Yeah, we're still in the same place, so we will change. I'm going to need your help in the chat. I'm going to need you guys to give me some advice on what we should do and where we should go now.
You need anything else?
There was nothing I wanted to say to him.
I need some ideas for where we
I had no desire to go down into the...
So let's see how the hint works. I have the packing label. What else do I need to know? Examine the newspaper cutting in your inventory.
It was the newspaper clipping referring to the imminent eclipse. Wrapped inside it was another small piece of paper. It was a bank statement for Oubier's account from an automatic telling machine. The last 5 withdrawals were for large amounts, and all made in Marseille. It was beginning to make sense. Oubier had organized Nico's abduction. Oubier withdrew money from Marseille. Oubier was connected with Transglobal, who shipped their goods from a warehouse in Marseille. That's how the torn Transglobal label had once read. Marseille, not Mars. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. I set off immediately to catch the evening train.
I'm amazed it wasn't Mars. Well done, George. A few hours later. This bit I remember, because I had the demo disc on PlayStation 1.
It was almost dawn when I arrived in Marseille. I traced Condor Transglobal to a desolate dockside.
Did anyone have this as the demo disc on PlayStation 1? I did. It was this bit specifically.
The Glees Gallery was horribly rapouche, and its owner less than helpful. But I got what I needed. A shipping company, Transglobal, is the key to this whole stinking business. Turns out, Professor Oubier ships his artifacts through Transglobal, which is based in Marseille. He made large withdrawals from ATMs there, so everything fits. He must be behind Nico's abduction. Marseille, here I come.
Okay. George, you're making a couple of logical leaps here, my friend. All you know is that we went to visit somebody, we got kidnapped, and that's kind of it. Professor Oubier could be in as much trouble as we are. You don't know he's not. Right, let's just go to the docks then. Should be easy. As long as the fence doesn't get in our way, we should be okay.
What's the big idea?
I don't know. The dog went berserk for no apparent reason.
He's trained to do that. The idea is to deter any would-be intruder.
Oh, I get it. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just remember, he's a trained attack dog. A killer.
Is this Mass Effect 3? No, this game has choices. Let's see if we can open the padlock.
Breaking steel padlocks with my bare hands was a feat I'd never mastered.
Okay. How do we get past the dog? Can we throw it the tequila worm and have it be drunk?
That dog looked like he already had more worms than he needed.
Okay, cool. We ain't doing that then. Can we have a chat with this guy? Be like, yo, I need to go to the docks. Hey, man. How's it going? How's it going, bro? I mean, that's just littering. Right there.
Hi, good morning.
Do you know what time it is?
No, I don't wear a watch. As my dad used to say, I'm not into time, man.
Well, you're too early.
All right, well, let's have a chat with this guy. What time is it? What time is the docks open?
What time is it anyhow?
The big hand's on the floor. Why aren't you in bed?
I can explain everything.
Never mind, I ain't that interested.
This guy's just doing his job, all right? He's just doing his job. Tell me about the dog outside.
Does that dog belong to you?
Nah, he comes with the job. I just feed him every now and then.
More then than now, I'd say.
Do you know where Condor Transglobal ships from?
Ever heard of Condor Transglobal?
Sure. They have a warehouse here.
Well, could I take a look?
Not until after the holidays. Come back in a month.
Right, guess we're coming back in a month then. Oh, no, hang on, we can't do that. Nico will be dead. What do you know about Nico Coulard?
I'm looking for a young woman.
At the docks? What kind of woman do you have in mind?
You don't understand. It's my girlfriend I'm trying to find.
Well, I ain't seen her, and you should tell her the docks ain't no place for a young lady. They're dirty and they're dangerous.
So's Nicole. Oh, got it, see, still got the wit, still got the razor sharp. Now, you're obviously a very busy man, you got a little hut going on, your dog's there and everything, but what do you think of these pants?
I have these very exotic panties.
Take them away, you pervert!
That is the line that I remember from the demo. Like, when I played this as a kid, no, you don't understand, alright? I didn't buy them, another man bought them.
Have you ever heard of Professor Oubier?
Me? None of my friends are professors or anything like that.
Alright, what are you cooking?
What's cooking?
Beans. You know a man can live on nothing but beans.
Not this one.
Probably you shouldn't. Tell me about the beans.
Don't you ever get tired of eating beans?
Sure I do. What do you take me for?
And what's the alternative?
Peas. I can't eat them too often, though. They play hell with my digestion.
No, I understand. Can I have some beans?
Have you ever considered changing your diet?
What's wrong with beans and beer?
You need me to tell you? You're pumping out enough methane here to fill a dirigible.
He doesn't know what that is. Ah. I don't know what that is either. I'm assuming it's like a... I'm going to use my context clues and guess that it's like a helium blimp kind of thing going on. Like, we can guess that it's going to be something filled... It's a blimp. It's going to be something filled with gas. Okay. Yeah, by the way, the audio in this game occasionally just comes out of one side, so just kind of live with that. Hey, do you want this poison dart?
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, pal, what is it?
A poison dart used for hunting.
What would you hunt with that? Mice?
No. Monkeys and stuff. The tip is dipped in poison.
Hey, what you got against monkeys?
I love monkeys. I was just using them as an example.
Well, don't.
Yeah, George. God damn, man. Come on, head in the game. This guy's clearly a monkey dude right here. Do you want to read this erotic letter?
Take a look at this letter.
That's sick. Did you write it?
Oh, no. No, it's a letter from my girlfriend's admirer.
If I was you, I'd smack him in the mouth.
Well, that's not my style, but thanks for the advice.
So far, George, this guy's speaking the most sense, let's be real. Alright, I'm gonna go.
I gotta go now, but I'll be back.
Can't wait.
Maybe I can just use the dart on the dog. Like, I feel bad doing this, but...
Without a way of firing the dart, I would never have been able to propel it fast enough to puncture the mutt's hide.
Okay, cool. Right, what have we got over here? Let's explore around the place. Oh, down here. And we've... Oh, there's a hook in the water. We have another item. Lovely.
The stick had a hook on one end. I figured it was a boat hook. For hooking boats.
Thank you, George. It is indeed a boat hook for hooking boats. That... Oh, that's the little trapdoor that we can pop up into. How's it going? Hey, man. How you doing?
Excuse me?
Huh? Who's there?
Dunno. Okay. Alright, George, we're not going up there. You're gonna get a face full of fart and then slam your balls on this beam here. It's not a good idea. he farted. Comedy. Comedy happened. I wonder if we're gonna make it happen again. There's only one thing funnier than a fart. And that would be 2. Now, what's in here? We've got dog food, dog biscuits, a pan of beans, a coal scuttle. We're doing nothing while this guy's in here. Alright. We've got to get him out of here. Oh, the bottle. You can take the bottle. You can't reach it, though.
The bottle was just out of reach. Nothing was going to get me into that water if I could help it.
Good thing I found a boat hook. Let's hook the bottle, shall we? See if we can. Can we hook the keys from his pocket? We can try. We can absolutely try.
I just knew that boat hook would be useful for something. As for the bottle, even if I couldn't find a use for it, I'd cleaned up the dock a little.
George, you're doing nothing. There's rubbish everywhere. Right, let's see if we can just hook the keys off this guy here. We'll deal with the dog afterwards. We've got to get through the gate first of all. Keys are there. On his pocket. You can't interact with the keys, but...
No, that's wrong.
Okay, that was the box, not the dude. Let's try.
Hello?
Oh, it's happened again! Comedy genius. Not only is there a fart, there's then a smack in the balls joke. Oh, man. Right, let's examine everything we've got so far.
It was the beer bottle that slob of a watchman had dumped in the sea, now half full of filthy dock water. The label read, Surge, the beer that clears your head.
Okay, what else we got?
It was a short wooden-handled boat hook.
Alright, let's go back up here then. We've got to get into this room, which means we've got to get the dude out of this room. Oh, you can interact with the chimney. Hang on.
Ouch! That's hot.
That's fine, we can use the pants on it.
The panties would not have been thick enough to shield this level of heat.
Okay, panties can't deal with that level of hot, I understand. Let's see if we can get the boatman out of here. There was a thing behind the guy. There was. So there's coal, there's biscuits, there's stuff. Yo, what time are you gonna leave, man?
What time do you open the gates?
7.
Do you mind if I hang out here till the docks open?
Please yourself, but you'll have a long wait. It's Sunday, and tomorrow is the start of the national holiday. Everything is closed for a month.
Well, wouldn't you just know it?
That is the most French thing. Sorry, guys, everyone's on holiday for a month. No one's gonna do anything. Alright, cool, gotcha. Hey, can you get rid of the dog and I can just climb over the fence?
What's the dog's name?
20.
It's unusual for a dog.
It's his registration number. Security dog number 20.
Does number 20 have rabies?
Nah, just a bad attitude. Like I said, he's a trained attack dog. They took him when he was a puppy and messed with his head to make him the way he is.
He probably seems pretty chill. Yo, where's Condor Transglobal's warehouse?
I have to make a delivery to Condor Transglobal.
Where's your rig?
About half a mile down the road.
And you walked here? Jeez, are you some kind of nut?
Nah, it was easy. I just put one foot in front of the other.
Okay.
See you later.
We need to cool down the chimney.
The chimney was a metal pipe with a conical hat on top to stop the rain getting in.
What if we pour the water from the bottle on the chimney?
The bottle was half filled with water. Maybe it would cool the cone down enough to touch it.
Alright, we're making progress. Now let's grab it. Still hot, but we've got it.
Now I could see into the pipe which formed the chimney.
Ah, there's smoke coming out the chimney.
The chimney was a metal pipe which disappeared into the wall.
Which means if we can block the chimney up with something, like the bottle, the hut will fill with smoke.
The bottle had blocked the chimney, and the hut was filling up with smoke.
Which means he's gonna... Yes. So now we can go into the hut via the secret little underground way. This is excellent. We've got this, guys. You can't run in this game, remember. Only walk. George did almost kill a man, but it's fine. He can just pretend to be a detective. Again, it's fine. Right now, we're pretending to be a murderer. Alright, can we shut the door to make sure the dude can't get in?
Someone had once told me a piece of coal brought you luck.
Well, we're going to take one then. Alright.
Who was I to argue with irrational superstition?
We have a lucky piece of coal. Let's take some biscuits. Excellent. Dog biscuits are ours now.
The packet was full of dog biscuits.
What about this cup?
That mug was a health risk. I decided to leave it where it was.
What about the beans? Pan's hot, so... I mean, don't...
Baked beans in ketchup.
Okay. The stove.
Yow! Stove equals heat. Heat equals burn. Burn equals excruciating pain.
You're a smart man, George. You're a smart man. Can we put the worm in the beans? You might be thinking, why?
No.
I was also thinking, why? Right, what else do we need to do while we're in here? Oh, coat. Coat pocket. Anything magical?
I wouldn't have considered wearing it if it had been the last coat on Earth.
Alright, cool. Nothing in the coat pocket. Can we just walk out of here and be like, alright, bye? What about you in there? Let's just walk out, say hi. I'm sure this will be fine.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Get the hell out of here.
Okay. Just hold on to that dog.
Right, that's a problem. Guess we're going back down this way. Try pants in beans. Try putting the worm in the beans. We've tried everything. Oh. Oh, hang on. Platform. And the dog 20.
My arms weren't long enough to reach the platform.
I think I can work out what we need to do here. I'm guessing that platform is collapsible because you can see the arms that hold it up.
The platform was held up by a hinged bracket. I couldn't figure out what it was for. Maybe it was part of a structure which no longer existed.
Okay, and I'm thinking we need to get the dog standing on the platform. So... Dog
Hey,
Biscuits?
20. Come and get it, boy.
Dog Biscuit on the platform. 20 walks forward. And then we quickly use the boat hook on the...
I felt a slight twinge of conscience as I prepared to give the dog a dunking. It soon passed.
George, you are a sociopath right now. I'm not on your side for this. He can swim, it's fine, don't worry about it. The dog can swim, it's totally okay. See, it's fine. If anything's
As
happening...
I'd expected, the dog could swim like a... well, like a dog.
Alright, 20's having a great time. Don't worry about him. He's having an absolutely super time. It's the first bath he's had in ages. We did nothing wrong there. We did nothing wrong. Okay? He was... You guys can't see because I'm in the way, but believe me, he's alive. Alright, and now we can just climb over the fence. Got it. Let's just hop over. And free dog biscuits. So, there's always that. Right, we solved the docks puzzle. Into the warehouse we go. Into the warehouse. Pont du Nord. Right, let's see what we've got. Here we go. It takes more. No, deep voice time. It takes more than a dumb night watchman and his vicious dog to stop me. It's quiet outside the Transglobal offices. I hope I can find some clues inside. I'm worried. The time is running out. Nico's dead. I'm sorry, she is. By now, she's definitely dead. Right, what have we got? Let's have a look.
It was a beautiful piece of 19th century engineering, but not a lot of use to me.
Can we just go into the door? Just go inside.
The doors looked 100 years old, but they were still very sturdy. A sturdy chain and padlock hung around the door handles.
Alright, cool, so we ain't going in there.
The clamp was held in a mechanism which forced its jaws open.
Right. What's Pont du Nord?
It read Pont du Nord, fine wine producers. I didn't recognize the label.
Ah, there's some kind of barrels up there, I see. I'm going to save the game in case I die. Don't plan on dying, but, you know, just in case. Just in case. Let's just walk inside, shall we? Does Josh have notifications? Sonic, I read the chat as much as I possibly can, but in general, no, because otherwise people start spamming it. Let's just go inside.
A sturdy chain and padlock hung around the door handles.
Okay, everything's locked. Ah, there's Condor Transglobal.
The sign looked as if it was firmly attached to the wall. Anyway, I didn't really want it as a souvenir.
Well, let's go inside. The door seems... Oh, there's a door and a grill. Let's look through the grill first of all, shall we? Josh will not read this message. Yes, I will. Let's have a look.
There was a little grill set into the door. The grill opened from the inside.
Knock on the door, then.
The din must have drowned out the sound of my knocking.
That's great. They can't hear us. Let's just climb up here and go in the... Go in through the window.
Maybe there was a way in up there.
Come on, George. You can do this, mate. I believe in you. That was a good ladder. Not as good as the ones in Elden Ring, but it was a good ladder. There's a big fan, a kind of duct ventilation thing here. Let's examine it.
The metal housing prevented me from getting to the fan.
Is the window open? What? Why are you there? So, let's see what we can see inside this warehouse. First of all, that was the guy that attacked us.
It was the creep who'd kidnapped Nico. And I had a score to settle.
Dude, he's got like 100 pounds on you, alright? He's like half a foot taller, he's got pure muscle. George, I ain't putting money on you for this. Also, what's that guy doing?
The guy was partly hidden behind a stack of crates.
Alright, what else is happening in here? Let's just have a quick move the mouse around and see what we've got. The fan next to me.
It was a powerful fan.
Can we just, like, jab? Can we throw something into the fan to stop it?
That did the trick. The fan clunked and shorted out as its blades were mashed by the boat hook.
Got it. Got it. And now it's going to go...
You make any more noise, I break your arms.
That bully needed to be taught a lesson.
Garzak's already mad because we didn't get the stone. You give me any trouble, I'll tell him it was all your fault.
Karzak? That must be his boss.
Alright. Karzak is a bad guy. Let's knock on the door and just walk straight in. Or, bear with me, we don't do that. Ah, this is a different window. This one's...
The window was jammed shut.
Right, this is drawn on an animation cell. It's clearly important. A clamp. Okay, so we can just do that when we need to, can we? You're gonna need to make someone stand there, aren't you? That's what you're gonna need to do.
A fine old oak barrel. The clamp consisted of 2 metal jaws, which would close when weight was applied to them.
Okay, I think I see what's going on here. We need to get someone to stand there and then activate, if you will, the barrel to knock them off. Let's just shout at that guy from here.
I decided there was a better way to attract their attention.
Throw some pants at them.
I decided there was a...
Trust me, George, there is no better way to attract someone's attention than just throwing a pair of sexy pants at them. Like, it will work. 60% of the time, that will work every time. Here we go. That's a point-and-click way of a chest behind a waterfall. I can tell this is part of the solution because of the way the pixels are, and the fact it's drawn on an animation cell. Alright guys, game face. Game face.
Who is he?
Who is it? Pizza delivery.
Pizza delivery? I didn't order pizza.
No? This is the Condor Trans-Global Shipping Company, isn't it?
I don't like pizza.
Oh, come on. Everyone likes pizza. Maybe he was allergic to mozzarella.
George, even if they were, everyone does like pizza. We can all agree with that. It is one of the only foods that just points towards your mouth, which makes it very easy to eat. Pizza could solve a lot of problems. People argue all the time about, you know, where was pizza made? Is it Italian? Is it English? Is it right? Is it wrong? Can we all just agree that it's pretty damn good? Pizza has never caused any arguments. Pineapple does go on pizza. That's fine. That's allowed. That's okay. It contrasts nicely with the ham. It works. In fact, if... I don't know how many mods we have in the chat, but... I'm not going to... Right, listen, I'm not going to abuse my power. I'm not going to tell the mods to ban anyone who thinks pineapple shouldn't go on pizza, but I want you to understand that if you're in this stream, you are, by proxy of watching me, supporting pineapple on pizza supremacy. I'm sorry that you can't handle the spicy fruit, but it is better. Pineapple does go on pizza. If you disagree, you're objectively wrong. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
Hey, what now?
I just enforce them. Look, man, I've got this pizza for you. Someone's gonna have to answer it.
Look, this pizza's been paid for. You might as well take it.
I told you, I don't like pizza.
Not even with extra olives?
I hate them. Olives are the devil's butt nuggets.
Are they? Are they, though? Are olives the devil's butt nuggets? Right, we're going to keep knocking on the door till the guy comes out. And then we're going to hit him with a barrel. That's what we're going to do.
If you know what's good for you, you'll open this door.
What if I don't?
I'll kick your head in.
Okay, I'll come out, you creep.
George, run away. The dude's freaking huge. Leave, right now. George, run, man. You ain't winning this fight. Now all we need to do is wait for him to go and stand exactly here. Look at him. He's huge. You should have probably put something over there. Oh, and now he just goes back in. Alright, cool. That's a problem. That's... How do we make him stand here? How do we do this? Maybe we have to do that so he walks over there. Let's shout at him from the window. I'll show you the devil's bud nuggets. Hey bro, how's it going?
I decided...
Right, what can we do? We got this, that, this, that, this, that. Nothing specific. We could use the dog from the previous one, but I don't think you can go back. Let's go down here again. We need to get the guy to stand over there. Well done, George, for sliding down the ladder like an action hero. Like the hero he truly is. We've already jammed up the air conditioning. We've already sorted all that out. Can we open this door?
A sturdy chain and...
Is there a thing we can put over here?
I decided not to tamper with the clamp. Those jaws looked like a... It read Pont de Nord.
Can we take the sign off?
This sign also looked firm.
Okay, all signs are firmly attached to the wall. How do I deal with the goon? How do we do it? I missed it. Can we use the ladder again? You goddamn right we can. Alright.
If you know what's good for you, you'll open this door.
What if I don't?
Okay, cool. Right, come on. He's coming out. He's coming out. We'll have a chat. I've got to go this way. There's got to be something about going this way. Can we drop something onto his head? Can we, like, just jump off? Stone Cold Steve Austin style. Let me drop this. Let's have a look into the window now that he's there. And shout to this guy.
Not such a good idea.
Can we drop down?
The fan was a real mess.
Can we take it out?
The boat hook was jammed.
We can't take that out. Can we drop the dart onto him? No, you can't throw the dart fast enough to actually hurt him. It's got to be something to do with this barrel over here. It's got to be. Maybe we just have a chat with him. You know? We haven't actually spoken to this guy yet. Let's see if I can just speak to him. Also, have we examined the coal?
It was my lucky piece of coal.
Beautiful. Just in case, George. Right, I'm going to try and drop the dart onto this guy from above to see what would happen. You know what? Let's have a chat with him. We'll save.
If you know what's...
We'll have a chat.
I'll kick... Okay.
I'm going to save game, and then we'll have a chat. We'll wait here. I mean, we'll walk over here, first of all. Because he's dangerous. The guy's dangerous. There he is! Hello! Hey! I was gonna get... Okay, so you can die in this game. Right, killed by Pablo. We got the achievement. Let's restore the game of that one, and let's very quickly walk up here. So you can straight up die in this game if you make the wrong choice. That's not... Yeah, that escalated quickly. That dude... Yeah, that was very dangerous. Let's see what happens now if I drop the dart onto him. So you can't actually interact with this guy at all.
The metal housing prevent...
You can't interact with him. I don't know how we solve this puzzle. We might need to drop the barrel while he's outside. Like, we get him to come outside. Yeah. And then we drop the barrel, which means he will walk over to it to investigate what's happening, and then we drop it again. Yeah, it's going to be like a distraction thing. Let's try one more time. I like how this dude hasn't just shot George in the face. Because he could have done. Many times. Okay, here we go. Come on. Outside. Outside time, you and me. Let's do this.
If you know what's good for you...
What if I...
I'll kick you...
Okay.
Yes. Come on. Yeah, he comes out there. We run. Climb up here. We activate the barrel while he's outside. And after activating the barrel, clicking as fast as I can, because we haven't got much time. Now we activate the barrel. Let's see if this gets his attention, and then we do it again. Come on. Yeah, that's got to get his attention. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And then he's going to stand right there to see what's going on. He's like, oh, I'm going to have a quick look over the docks, contemplate life, see what's going on and everything. And oh, barrel to the knees. Yeah, well done, George. You killed the man. He's dead now. He's straight up dead. Now, we pop inside and have a chat to the guy that he was, you know... That man is about to be eaten by the dog. They are both in the water now at the same time. Right, in we go. Right, let's see what's going on. I'll save the game first because, you know, I'm actually quite scared of dying again. Right, where's the guy? Was it a kid?
All the crates were firmly sealed.
Okay, right, shipping manifest. Let's see what's going on.
Among the paperwork which adorned the notice board was something which caught my eye. It was a delivery note from Condor Transglobal, and the address was Quaramon City.
Okay, Quaramon.
There was nothing else of any...
Quaramon, you say? Interesting. Very interesting. What's in this drawer? That could be where the artifacts are from. Could be where they're holding Nico.
The only interesting thing I found was a small brass key.
Let's examine it.
It was a small brass key.
Good. I'm glad we did that. I'm glad we took time to examine it and gained so much knowledge, without a doubt.
It was locked.
Oh, well, is it a small brass lock?
The little brass key didn't fit the lock.
Hate this game. This game is dumb. Oh, right. Well, let's carry on going further in. There's probably some more stuff inside. It's a big warehouse.
Whoa! Don't shoot! The little guy had a blowpipe. That confirmed my suspicions about what had happened to Nico. I waited for him to shoot me, but it didn't happen. Instead, he seemed to want to tell me something. What? What do you want? He seemed excited, almost desperate. What did he want so bad?
You can talk, dude. I believe in you. Come on.
Hi. I'm not going to hurt you.
Quaramonte.
Is that where you're from? Quaramon City?
Quaramonte.
Okay.
I didn't picture that voice from that character. But okay. Do you know a French woman called Nico Coulard? She was my girlfriend.
What have you done with my girlfriend?
Huh?
I am not leaving without her. Where is she? He didn't appear to understand me.
Right. Would you like a dog biscuit?
Tell me what you've done with Nico, and I'll share these biscuits with you. I knew it sounded lame, trying to bargain with a box of doggy snacks. Besides, how was he to know how yummy they tasted?
George, I feel that seems like a hate crime. I don't know enough about the law to confirm whether it is or isn't, but it feels like one. You know? Like, I feel that we shouldn't have done that, but we tried.
Do you know what this is?
Peito. Lotseka peito. Hinyakotlago hinomoto.
Yes, quite. Look, I've got one of your darts.
This was the dart you used to knock out my girlfriend. If she's come to any harm, I will count you personally responsible.
Lotseka peito fnor.
Okay, what about this key?
What does this key unlock?
Huh?
Okay. Didn't expect this.
You're manacled. Who did this? That big thug? I'm gonna set you free, okay?
Alright, cool. I was tied up.
Come back here!
No, George, he's one with the boxes now. No. He's been absorbed by the crates.
The little guy had gone to ground amongst the stack of crates.
Alright, well, he's been manacled and we unshackled him. Let's press this button, see what happens. This is probably fine. Yeah, in we go. Up we go. Nothing bad ever happened getting into a random elevator. Ooh, stuff.
Just in time. Interrupting the beam of light kept the doors from closing and stopped anyone from using the elevator. But what now?
Well, I don't know, put something over the beam of light, like the conical flask thing.
I'd better think this through.
No, George, do what I'm telling you to do. Put the dog biscuits in front of the beam of light.
I'd better think this through.
Use the lipstick on the beam of light.
That wouldn't work.
It would, George, I'm telling you it would.
It was a device to prevent the elevator doors closing when they were obstructed.
We could put anything there. What about this crate?
The little crate was precariously balanced.
Well, what if we use the little... Okay, I was going to say the hook. What about the manacles on the photoelectric cell?
I wasn't convinced that was the right thing to do.
Right, listen. George, all you need to do is put something in front of the thing. Yeah, that'll work.
There. That would keep the doors from closing.
Alright, cool. Gotcha. What's in this crate? It's got air holes in it, so... Careful, it might be something living.
I was wrestling with the small crate when I noticed the label on its side. Danger. Live contents do not drop.
Alright, cool, yeah, something live's in there. What about, the pallet carrier? Can we use the pallet carrier to carry a pallet?
There wasn't enough room to move the handle.
Well, what if we move this box? Come on, George, think it through, mate. Think it through.
No chance. Whatever those crates contained, they were heavy.
Well, what's this thing, the statue?
The statue looked way too heavy for me to move.
Right, let's just have a look around, see what else we've got. All we need to do is find Nico, and the only leads we've got to go on so far are the name of that weird village that apparently is shipping Mayan artifacts over here, and Ubier's involved.
A sturdy beam was jammed across the doors.
Just lift it.
These doors were not going to open.
Okay, what about the window?
There was no way to open that window.
Right, George. What do we do? What if we dropped the tequila worm inside the live crate? No. What if we moved the crate again? The one with the living things in it. Just carefully this time.
I didn't want to risk dropping the crate and releasing its live contents.
What if we put some dog biscuits in the crate to calm down whatever's in there? Right. Okay. What do we need to do currently? Now that I've got to the upper floor of the warehouse, which is, Condor Trans Global, clearly this is the company that has kidnapped Nico.
It was a large crate with no label.
What if we put our label on it? No.
The statue looked as if it was Central or South American in origin.
What if we put the crate back here? This crate back there.
I couldn't move the crate until I'd blocked the light beam with something else.
Okay, what if we use lipstick on the light beam, the cell? What if we use the dog biscuits in front of the cell? George, start thinking here, man. Come on. We're not using the pants. What if we use the love letter from Lobineau? All right, George, you're...
The crate bore the familiar logo of Condor Trans Global, but no clues to its contents.
Ooh, the label might be sticky. Use the label.
The label just wasn't sticky enough to stay in place.
What if we put the lipstick on the label?
I don't think so.
Are the pants sticky? Nope. Don't follow that line of thought. Stop it. Head in the game, guys. Come on. Head in the game. Smear the worm on the label.
Not such a good idea.
Stick the... oh, God, there's got to be something. Smear something on the condor label. How do we do this?
It was that itsy-bitsy tequila worm.
I mean, we... Even if Nico were here, let's be real, the panties wouldn't be sticky. Unless Lobineau was here as well. Oh, there's a pulley system. We can use this. This is good.
There wasn't much I could do with a pulley that didn't have any rope.
Well, can we improvise a rope? Use the manacles.
The short chain stopped the cuffs reaching from the statue to the winch.
I'll think of everything then, shall I, George?
It was the set of manacles I'd removed from the little Indian's ankles.
Where do they go? What else can we interact with in this room? Oh, hang on, there's 2 buttons. We can go up. We can go up. Wait, that just turned a light on. There's a scratch marks on the floor, which means this is a door. Okay. Okay.
There was an arc-shaped scratch on the floor, as if a door had been opened in the nearby wall.
Got it. Let's go into this door. Kick it open, George. Come on.
My fingers traced the outline of a secret door in the wall.
Come on, George.
Then I found a small round stud, which was set flush to the surrounding wooden paneling.
Was this where Nico was? Was this the room with Nico in it, where she was being held?
Just as I'd hoped. A secret room.
This might be the one. Come on, in we go. Yes!
Nico!
I won't even grope you this time. You have unlocked bonus comic artwork. Nico, I won't even grope you. I'll just untie you immediately, straight away. See? I've grown as a person. Give her a minute.
There. How you feeling?
Oh, thanks, George. How on earth did you find me?
I knew Ubier had been in Marseille. But never mind about me. How about you tell me exactly what's going on, starting with that Mayan stone?
I picked it up from one of Karzak's men in Paris. I was expecting a consignment of narcotics.
Drugs?
Yes. The proof I needed to expose Karzak's smuggling operation. I'd set it up to act as his courier, and once I had the proof, I planned to go straight to Inspector Mou. But instead of the dope I'd expected, they sent me that stone instead. And to find out more, I called Professor Ubier, who invited me to his mansion. At least, I thought it was Ubier.
I don't get it. If Karzak's business is drugs, why is he so desperate to get his hands on that stone?
Maybe it has some significance to the local people in Central America. It could be Karzak's means of getting them to work for him. Anyway, we've got to get out of here.
Or, bear with me, it's just drugs.
Nico, wait!
The stone is just like a solid block of drugs. I'm going to take this little fetish icon. That's what these things are called, by the way.
It was a flint carving of a grotesque figure with large, evil eyes.
So even though we are carrying a fetish, that is not the fetish. That's the pants we're carrying and will be for the entire game. Ooh, what about some tape? Just in case.
I decided to keep the masking tape. It was bound to be of some use to me.
We can probably stick that over the sensor. Beautiful. There we go. Got it. Right. Nico.
We can't use the elevator. If that thug Pablo's recovered, he'll be waiting for us.
We've got to do something.
I know what's
Where
happening.
does that door lead to?
I'm not sure.
I can see what happens. Move the crate back to that one, put that crate on top of the other one, move that one, winch this up, and then send it all the way through that door, smashing it down. But before we do any of that, Nico, here are your pants.
I found these in your bag.
Oh, they were a gift.
I know. I read the note.
God knows what was going through Andre's mind.
I think that's quite plain enough.
He was probably thinking about you, Nico. Anyway, on a connected note, I've got these handcuffs.
Look, the little guy downstairs was chained up with these.
That must have been Pablo's doing. I don't blame him, though. That little guy is dangerous.
You're still sore about that poisoned dart?
Of course I'm sore.
Not where my mind was going with that, Nico, but I'm glad that you're more innocent than I am. Right, let me just... Also, you said Inspector Moo. That's the French guy from the first game.
Did I hear you refer to Inspector Moo?
Yes, you remember him?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. He was the, to be fair, one of the only competent cops.
Well, of course I do. But I thought he was dead.
Oh no, he reappeared after the broken sword case had blown over. When he found out who was in with the Neo-Templars, he went into hiding. Moo knew more than was good for him.
Does he know about our involvement with the case?
If he does, he's not telling. Still, he got a sudden promotion.
All right, cool. Right, I'm just gonna... What do you know about, is it someone Climax?
Did you know Ubier's wife was a film star?
No, I didn't know he was married. What happened to her?
She died. In mysterious circumstances, apparently.
How mysterious?
I heard she was murdered. Possibly by Ubier himself.
A murderer, huh? André said he was something of a celebrity.
What kind of films? Yeah, adult films. We've definitely established that. All right, Nico, stay there. I'm going to get us out of here. So, first things first. Put the tape on the photoelectric cell. The light curtain, I believe it was written in chat. That way, we prevent this door from closing.
Hopefully, the tape would prevent those doors from closing and stop the Indian from being able to call the elevator.
It's a good thing there's no stairs. Move the crate back to here. Then, put this on top of the crate. Move the live thing to the other crate. Beautiful. Move this box out the way. Oh, we've got this, guys. This is easy now. This is just easy. And then we use the pallet carrier to raise this up very slightly, which will allow us to hook it onto here. I'd call it a pump truck or a pump jack, but...
The pallet rose about 6 inches off the floor, and I said a silent prayer to whoever had discovered the power of hydraulics.
What on earth are you doing?
Trying to raise the statue so I can hook it to that pulley.
Is that really going to help us?
I like to keep myself occupied in times of stress.
Listen, Nico, we're in trouble. All we needed was 6 inches, and I've brought it. So let's just... Not like that. We're trying to... It's life and death right now, guys. Get your minds out the gutter, and let's focus on escaping. Broken Sword 2, Broken Harder. Let's do this.
There wasn't much I could do with a pulley that didn't have any rope.
Well, we can use the manacles.
The short chain stopped the cuffs reaching from the statue to the winch.
Can we just put the statue on the...
The statue looked way too heavy for me to move.
Nico, right. What is this?
It was the rope the Indian had used to tie Nico to a chair.
Well, then we're going to use that
then. What a souvenir.
Nico, I'm using this rope. We'll get some more later.
It would be much easier to attach the rope to the statue first.
Fine, George. We'll do everything you want to do then, shall we? So we're getting the full JoshStrifeHayes 6 inches experience. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Then we attach it to the pulley. Come on.
There wasn't much I could do with a pulley that didn't have any rope.
Rope on the pulley. Yep, rope, pulley. Come on. Head in the game. Push the statue.
The statue looked way too heavy for me to move.
Pulley. The amount of...
I didn't want to remove the rope from the pulley.
Okay, can we lower the pallet carrier now and see if it takes the weight of the statue? Then we push the statue that is hanging from this.
It was too heavy for me to move on my own.
Well, it's a good thing we've got somebody else here. Nico, come over here and push this statue with me. Yeah, oh my goodness. Okay, so we are also going to be playing the Discworld games after this. At some point, not sure when, but we will play them because the Discworld games are hilarious. Nico, come and move this statue with me.
Could you give me a hand to push this statue?
What for?
This, my dear, is our passport to freedom.
If you say so, dear.
Nico, a little less attitude right now, all right? I understand that we're all in danger, but...
Okay, push!
Nico, you did nothing.
Great teamwork.
Nice to be working with you again, Mr. Stobart.
Oh, man, you just got seriously friend-zoned. All right, come on, let's go. Out we go. Well, the question is, how do we get out of here? And this is a problem. Thankfully, we can just slide down this cable.
I thought about hanging from the cable with my bare hands, but it was too far to the other end of the cable to escape that way.
Well, what if we use the little manacles we've got to slide down action film style?
Nico, I have a great idea.
See, dog's fine. Dog's totally fine. Back in Paris.
Josh, where have you been?
Never mind that. Do you have the Mayan stone?
Maybe I have, but,
Don't argue, André. Give the stone to George.
well, of course, if you say so, Nico.
Thank you so much, Andre.
George, he told me you'd been kidnapped, my dear. I'm glad to see he was mistaken.
Oh, but it was true. If it hadn't been for George, I wouldn't be here now.
It's not finished yet. Karzak's thugs will be back for that stone, you can bet. The best lead that we have is Quaramon City.
Quaramon is in Central America. That's where Ubier gets his artifacts.
That's all we needed to know. Come on, George.
Off to Caramonte. A few days later.
Quaramon, the traveler's rear entrance to Central America. Well, that's how it was translated in the brochure. We didn't know what we were looking for, but the offices of Condor Transglobal seemed a good place to start.
Are we all ready to enter from the rear entrance of... Is it Central or South America? South America, that was the one. Right. George, you look so much like a tourist.
Hey, it's market day. I don't see any cabs. Let's ask someone how to get to Quaramon City.
Okay. Keep your eyes peeled for any sign of Condor Transglobal.
Okay, 1998. Let's see what kind of incredibly offensive stereotypes you've got for me. It was a different time, guys. It was a different time, my goodness. Where's Nico dressed as a Contra soldier? I don't know, that's just what she's rocking right now. That's just the mood she's in. Right, you. How do I get to Caramonte?
Hi.
You wanna buy something?
No, not really.
I got cabbages. Buy a cabbage, senor.
I don't think so. I didn't come all this way to buy vegetables.
What do you know about Condor Transglobal?
Listen, have you heard of Condor Transglobal?
No. Buy a cabbage. I'll give you a discount on bulk purchases.
I'm not into cabbages.
What do you think about this small little fetish statue?
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Aye, Tetzcatlipoca. Put it away, senor. Tetzcatlipoca brings nothing but evil.
The poor guy was so freaked, he didn't even mention his cabbages.
See ya.
Alright, cool. I've got like an evil statue thing going on then. This is excellent. This guy over here. He's selling some stuff. He's just hanging around coughing. Let's see what he knows. He should hang out with the kebab guy from the first game.
Hi there. What have you got for sale?
Okay?
I said, what have you got? Oh, never mind.
George realizes the entire world doesn't speak English. It's a horrible realization.
Hi. Lovely bread.
Okay?
Bread, pan?
Si, pan.
Maybe I'll come back later, when I'm hungry.
That conversation was bread? Yes, bread. Oh, George, you're doing all the tourist things. You're hitting all the right notes, mate. All the notes of being a tourist, without a doubt. I'm just going to turn the audio for the game. Music down, sound effects, speech up. Beautiful. Just in case. Right. What about this guy down here? He's running a shop, selling some fish. He might know how we get to Condor Transglobal.
Do you have crabs?
No, only fish.
That's how I'm going to answer from now on when somebody asks.
Nice fish.
Thanks.
If by some remote chance I ever need a fish, I'll be back.
Oh, we will. Look at this evil statue.
Do you recognize this statue?
Si, senor. It is very, very bad luck. That is Tezcatlipoca, the night hunter.
I know, but I don't believe in luck, good or bad.
You may not now, but you will.
The guy looked scared out of his wits.
Foreshadowing. All right, cool. So if we ever need a fish in the future, we've got to go to them. Let's chat to this band people. Hey, how's it going? Music makers. How's life?
Hey, cheer up, guys. What's with the long faces?
Our pipe player has been arrested and thrown in jail.
Poor Miguel. He never broke the law in his life.
You say that. But what happened?
Why was Miguel put in jail?
For playing folk music.
What?
It's true, senor. He insisted on playing traditional Quaramon music, even though it's illegal.
Maybe it's for the best. Maybe nobody needs to hear that, but I am intrigued. Why is it illegal?
Why don't you try playing a tune to cheer yourselves up?
No, we should be looking for real jobs.
We could earn 10 times as much down the mines. My cousin Ramirez was earning 8 pesos an hour.
Before he lost his legs in the accident.
I'm sorry that your friend has been thrown in jail. Have you tried just not being sad? Oh, beautiful. Could you just not be sad at this? I love that. It's the energy that the original Lion King has with the with all the Hakuna Matata songs. It's like, sorry that your dad's dead. Have you tried just not worrying about it? Tell me more about the mines.
Tell me about the accident at the mine.
There was an explosion at Teoculcan. 30 miners were buried alive.
They got some of them out, though.
2 of them, including your cousin, and they left half of him behind.
That's terrible. Would you like some dog biscuits?
Would either of you guys care for a biscuit?
A dog biscuit, senor?
Are you trying to insult us?
No, really, they're good.
We'll take your word for it.
I believe you. Look at my worm.
What do you make of this little worm?
No good. It's dead.
Sure it's dead. You think I'd carry it around in my pocket if it wasn't?
Bye. I see a familiar face. It's Pearl. Remember?
George Stobart, well of all the...
Mrs. Henderson. Boy, this is some coincidence, huh?
When you've been married to a fruitcake like Dwayne as long as I have, you stop believing in coincidence.
I'd met Pearl and Dwayne on the other side of the globe in Syria. He was an Army veteran who suspected he was working for the CIA, but wasn't sure. She was less obviously deranged.
How's Dwayne?
Is Dwayne here with you, Mrs. Henderson?
Why, sure, I couldn't leave him home alone. Since Dwayne came back from the war, we couldn't bear to be apart.
So, where is he now?
We ain't speaking.
What?
Why aren't you speaking to Dwayne?
Because he's an old spoil sport sourpuss. I want to visit one of those old pyramid places, but Dwayne says he has to stay in town.
Right. And you don't want to go on your own?
Well, there's no point in going to the pyramid if there's no one around to take my picture.
Why don't I go with you?
Is Dwayne still working for the CIA?
If he is, he doesn't know it. He's what they call a snoozer.
Don't you mean a sleeper?
No, this is different. He used to think he worked for them, but the psychotherapy cured him of that. What he doesn't realize is that now he really does work for them. At least that's the way I understood it.
Okay. So he was originally psychotic, believing that he was an undercover agent. He got cured of that, but now actually is. Pearl, how are things with you?
What brings you to Quaramon, Pearl?
What takes me just about anywheres. The market.
You drove 2,000 miles to go shopping?
Shopping is my role in the economy of the Great Design, George.
I feel you. I feel you. Look at my worm.
Look at this, Pearl. A tequila worm.
Don't you bring that thing anywheres near me, honey. I swear I'll scream like a hog on a hot plate.
I mean, normally you'd have to be doing a very good job to make that happen, but okay, the worm will stay in the pocket. What do you make of this small statue?
What do you make of this statue, Pearl?
Hoo-wee, that's a spitting image of Dwayne's brother Sheridan. A little less body hair, maybe, but it's him all right.
Beautiful. What do you think about the upcoming eclipse?
Take a look at this news cutting, Pearl.
You'll have to read it to me, George. I left my specs in a gay bar in Santa Barbara.
Well, it's about an eclipse of the sun, which is due to occur in a few weeks' time.
You'd think the government would warn us about these kind of things.
It's not dangerous or anything. Apparently, the best place to view the eclipse is right here in Quaramon.
Oh, my.
You're wearing your specs.
She didn't appear to be the slightest bit interested.
You know what, Pearl? I'll chat to you later.
Catch you later, Pearl.
Let's explore around. Oh, there's a police station.
Hey, Nico!
Going into the police station, Nico. The police have always been the good guys. Apart from the previous game where they
I have done just as I have been instructed, Professor.
Dio?
With the mine closed down, there'll be no one around to observe your excavations. Ah, I have visitors.
Just remember what I told you, General. There's really no need to make a martyr out of that man.
We were expecting a policeman, but it was me.
I'm
Dio.
sorry to keep you waiting, senor. Welcome to Quaramon.
Thanks. My name's George Stobart from California.
But what is this? An angel come down to earth.
Nicole Collard. Enchanté, mon général.
Pardon me, senorita, but I couldn't help myself.
It's fine.
Look,
we did it in the
we'd
previous
like to
game.
ask you a few questions.
You've come to the right place, senor. Tourist information. General Graciento, at your service.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about just, kissing Nico against her will. It happened in the previous game. It happened now. It'll probably happen in the next game. It'll probably keep happening up until the mid-2000s when we all take a step back and go, this is a bit weird. But until then, absolutely fine. First question, who does your teeth?
This is the tourist office? It says police on the sign outside.
It is both, senor. I am a man of many parts.
I can see that, General.
Freak, thank you for a very kind message. That's very, very nice of you. So, I get approached by a lot of companies and asked to produce sponsored videos on a lot of different things because I'm aware that the videos do well enough that they have a marketing value to a lot of companies. Over the last 6 months, I've actually turned down a lot of sponsored videos because they didn't give me the freedom that I would need for the video to be honest and genuine. Freak put a comment in the chat about enjoying the content that I put on YouTube. So I think it's very important for all of you to know that I am, of course, aware that whenever I make any kind of sponsored content, audience trust is a currency. You build it up by being honest and genuine, and you spend it by doing things the audience disagree with. In content creation terms, that can be accepting a sponsored contract, it can be accepting a 30 or 60 second sponsored ad, it can be trying to shill a product, it can be doing something that anyone is going to lose respect or lose faith in you for. It is unfortunately, it's a calculated decision to be able to do. You spend time building up audience trust, and then you spend it. You effectively cash out, if you will. That's when people say, oh, you sold out. You take the audience trust that you've got, and you sell it for a certain amount. I've had lots of companies offer me a lot of money recently to sell that trust and promote a product, and I have turned all but 2 of them down. And those 2 products, I hope will be able to... I say products, I mean projects. I hope will be really good. I'm genuinely excited about those. Is it a currency and can we farm it? No. I mean, this conversation was not brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. It was actually brought to you by Gamersops, who I like working with. Right, let's keep chatting with this guy. But no, as soon as those projects come out, they're going to be good. They are going to be good. All right? I am very selective. Very, very selective. Who I work with. Gambler says, I used your code for Gamersops and don't regret it. That stuff is good. I'm not going to shill you crap. Like, I've tried a lot of the powdered drinks market, and Gamersops were the only kind of flavor I went... That's pretty nice, too. That was what I kept. That's what I like it. What about the Albion Online that you reviewed? That's a good point. So when Albion Online approached me and said, hey, we would like to sponsor our own worst MMO ever episode, there were two things that were happening. One, I was literally in the middle of writing an Albion Online episode. And they said, okay, cool, we'll sponsor that. So I could have either taken the sponsor money and then put the video out anyway, or not taken the sponsor money and put the video out anyway. But I replied to them and said, hey, okay, cool, I'm actually in the middle of making your video right now. Do you want to sponsor that? And they said, yes. And I turned around and said to them, but there is a caveat. You can have absolutely no creative input to this video whatsoever. And if I criticize something that is genuinely a critical point within the game, you cannot tell me to take it out. Because I have made many videos, and companies have asked to sponsor them, and they've asked to see them before they go out, and I've showed them the video, and they said, oh no, you've got to change this. And I said, no, I'm not changing it. Albion Online, to their credit, did not ask me to change anything. They said, we've seen your videos, we know your content, we trust that you will respect our product, and we know that the audience trust you. You have absolute, full authority to do whatever you want in the video. And I took that, and I think I was fair and genuine with that review. And that was the only reason I was confident with working with them. And whenever I do chat to a company now, I had a conversation a few days ago, actually, with another company, and whenever they said, hey, we're going to need to, review your video, I said, no, you're not, because I've worked with companies who are confident enough in their product and confident enough in me that they don't need to do that. They understand what they're getting, and they understand what I do. And as soon as a company turns around and goes, yeah, you can do whatever you want with that, that's okay. Guild Wars 2 was the same. Jagex and RuneScape, they were the same as well. Albion Online, they were the same. And Gamersubs, they were fine. All those companies have enough confidence in their... They know there's flaws. They absolutely know that their products aren't perfect, but they're proud enough of them and confident enough in them that if a critique is pointed out and is genuine, they can either sort it out or justify it, which I think is fine. I mean, Guild Wars 2 is a good game at its core. RuneScape is a good game. And when a company has confidence in its product and confidence in me to be honest with that product, that's when we can make some good videos. Ask companies to review their game before. I mean, it's I've had companies before saying, hey, we'd like you to make a video on our game. We'll get you a release code to the game, you can play it, you can review it. However, you must then send the video to us, and if we don't like it, we will not pay whatever money we have promised to you. And I said to them, look, you're not paying for my opinion. You're paying for my time. My time is spent to make the video. My opinion will be fair and critical and honest, and the video will then go out. If you turn around and say, hey, we don't like what you said about our product, we're not putting the video out, we're not going to pay you, then you've tried to pay me to market and shill your product. You haven't respected the time that I've already put into making the video. And that's what I say to people. I say, look, if you want a review, you're paying for my time. You're not paying for me to say your product's good. I will say it's good if it's good. In fact, I'll tell you one thing. This is genuine. This didn't actually appear in the Albion Online review because I didn't think it needed to. When I finished the Albion Online review, I mentioned that you could purchase... There was a certain object that you could purchase with real money and trade it to... gain some kind of experience or advantage within the game. There was a direct link between money that you spend in the game and you can get stronger in the game. And when I put the video out, I actually got an email from the guy I was working with, Connector Albion Online, saying, hey Josh, just wanted to make sure that you had this information. This is actually a breakdown of how much money you would need to spend to get the stuff that you talked about in the game. Just wondered if you wanted these numbers for anything. And they sent me all of that, and I kind of thought, you don't need to send me all of this. I'm not going to put it in the video because I've finished, and I don't think it adds to it, but I appreciate the fact that you literally sent me critical information about your own game to make sure that I had all the information I needed. Now, I didn't think it actually improved the video to add it in, so I didn't add it in. But I'm confident enough that they wanted me to know, which I thought was honest. It's insane transparency, without a doubt. That's why I quite like the Albion Online guys. I thought they're pretty cool. Right, let's get back to chatting to this DO police officer about stuff. What can you tell me about the explosion in the mine?
I hear there was an accident at the mine a few months ago.
That's correct.
A lot of men killed, weren't there?
A few.
30?
Barely 1% of the working population.
Who cares? Doesn't matter. Percentage-wise, nothing. No one. Who even cares? Doesn't even matter. But no, working with companies is always fun. It's always interesting. There are very few that have ever approached me, and because I got an email from a company a few days ago being like, "Hey Josh, we love your videos, we love the personality you bring, we love the audience trust that you've got, do you want to work with us?" And I just replied saying, "Thank you for the incredibly generic email. What would you like me to do?" And that kind of put their defenses up a bit. But I wasn't wrong. It was a generic email. There was nothing specific about what I do at all. And after a conversation with a couple of people, I got a follow-up email saying, "Hey, could you just send us some examples of your content?" And I replied, "No. Because if you're going to come to me saying that you love what I do, it seems that it's, you know, it's almost accepted that I would assume that you have seen what I do. So, yeah, I'm just not going to do that." So there's an entire YouTube channel full of stuff, man. You can find time. Okay, cool. They did not do their homework. They did not do their homework. From a business point of view, the truth is that I'm leaving a lot of money on the table. But you can cash in audience trust and you can cash in short-term gains. However, you are sacrificing long-term success. We actually saw, and this is part of my RuneScape 3 review, RuneScape 3, the current live version of RuneScape, did this. When Treasure Hunter, or Squeal of Fortune, as it was called, released in RuneScape, I want to say back in 2009? Maybe 2010, something like that. It could have even been later. Basically, they put a loot box system in RuneScape, and they lost a huge amount of player trust. They cashed in all of that player trust. They cashed in the integrity. However, they made an absolute ton of money. In that year, they made so much money. It was absolutely insane. However, that cost is money you are borrowing from the future. That's what you're doing. You're not making a lot of money in a sustainable way. You're making a lot of money in an unsustainable way because you're actually kind of cannibalizing your own player base to do it. The best way I can explain it is if you own a shop, at the end of the year, you will have the end of year reports. If you want to boost your end of year reports, you can sell everything within the shop. You can sell the fittings, you can sell the till, you can sell the carpet, you can sell the windows, and that will boost the money. The problem is, as soon as the next year starts, you realized that wasn't actually profit. You sold a vital piece of infrastructure that you now need to buy back. It wasn't a good idea in the long term. It was an excellent idea in the short term. I could cash in all of the audience trust and just ask for an absurd amount of money to go and shell a load of games for the next 6 months and then probably retire. But I can't morally get on board with doing that. I think that sucks. I'm going for the long-term thing. I love meeting people, and when people say, "Oh, I really like your videos," cool. I like making them. I think they have a level of integrity to them. It matters. What if we fire the staff? That works as well. That works as well. So no, for me, it's all about, if I put a video out, I'm proud of it. I think what I've said in it is true. If my opinion changes over the years, I will release another video where I explain why I'm wrong and how I've changed. And I've done that, I think 3 or 4 times, where I've put a video out being, you know what, that was wrong, that was bad, I can do better. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm here for the long term. I don't want to be here cashing in for the short term. I didn't cash in on the crypto craze, I didn't cash in on the NFT craze, I didn't cash in on any of the other crazes. We don't need to, we're not going to. Long term, consistent, that's how we do this. It's like going to the gym, a little bit every day. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. That's remarkably kind of you. Hello, insert creator name. We think you would be a good fit. I've got emails genuinely before where they didn't populate any of the fields. They just randomly sent you to them. It was brilliant. It was so funny. It was so funny. What I like about when I have conversations with companies is just how long you can try and get someone to say generic things for. I like to do in-person meetings, or at least video meetings if I can. And I've had video meetings with some of the slimiest snake oil salesmen you can ever imagine. Without a doubt. And they've been like, "Oh, Josh," they're always American for some reason, like, "Oh, Josh, I'm a massive fan of your channel." I'm like, "Oh, cool, what videos do you like?" I say, "Oh, all of them." You know, "Oh, Why do you like them? The energy that you bring. The connection that you've got, the truth. You speak your truth. Name one. There's too many. Name one of them. Name one video you've seen and that you liked. Just one. Don't bring up YouTube right now. Just name one. There's too many, I speak to a lot of YouTubers. You have no idea who I am, do you? And then the thing just ends there. But my God, they keep going. They really do keep going. Yeah. What I love is when I actually call them out on this, and they're like, we want you to shill our product. They don't say that, but they mean it. They're like, can you review this game? No. Why not? The audience love you. Yeah, because I don't review games like yours. That's exactly why. Do you not understand the irony here? You're taking a reputation that has been built up over many years because of acting in a certain way and asking me to throw all that away for a quick payday. You're not thinking long term here. Think bigger. Think long term. Okay, cool. Here we go. Let's carry on chatting to Dio and this guy. If I was smart, I would be playing any game other than Broken Sword 2 on Twitch. But I am not a smart man. Right, here we go. Chat to me about this guy.
Have you heard of a guy called Karzak?
No. No, I never heard of him.
Liar. He's definitely heard of Karzak. Come on, he's definitely heard of Karzak. Yo, why are the musicians in jail?
Is it true there's a restriction on music in Quaramon?
Yes, there is. An emergency measure introduced by Nuestra Señora.
Folk music is a link with the past for some of these people. Take away their musical roots and what do they got left?
Easy listening.
You think easy listening could replace a musical heritage hundreds of years old?
Why not? It happened in your country.
Burn! He's the main character! We found him! We found the main character! It's Dio! This is the guy! I'm sorry, but we're on his side now. I will switch side based on whoever is funniest and most sarcastic at any given time. Alright, that's what it is. I'm sorry, my God! Alright, cool. He's done it. He's done it. He's won. Tell me about the pyramids close by, the Mayan ruins.
Are there any ruins around the city?
Of course, Signor. Quaramonte has everything.
I have a friend who wants to visit an historical site.
Ronaldo will only be too pleased to conduct a guided tour. When he's dealt with today's paperwork, of course.
Alright, we'll sort Ronaldo out. Who was that explorer professor you were talking to?
Who was the guy you were talking to when we arrived?
Professor Ubier. A visitor, Signor, like yourselves.
Did you say Ubier?
Si, Signor. Professor Ubier, a French archaeologist.
Nico, is that Professor Ubier?
What's Ubier doing in Quaramon?
Researching our rich and glorious past, Signor. The professor is planning an expedition to some Mayan ruins. He came to see me to get an excavation permit.
Okay, Ubier. I don't think that was Ubier. Would you like these pants?
What do you think of these panties, General?
Oh boy, fabuloso!
They're yours if you'll tell me all you know about Karzak.
I told you, I never heard of the guy. Do I get the panties now? I told you all I know.
You told me nothing.
Okay, he is down bad for the pants. He really is. Would you like a biscuit?
Would you like a biscuit?
Are you trying to bribe me?
Well, every man has his price.
Mine is more than a dog cookie, Senor Stobart.
What about 2 dog cookies? No? 3 dog cookies? He's moved. Quick, go and do something. Look at this magical stone.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
That's a native carving, isn't it? Where did you get it?
We picked it up in the market as a souvenir.
Yeah, George, don't go showing the extremely valuable, ancient relic to this guy who's clearly evil. What do you think about the upcoming eclipse?
Do you know anything about the forthcoming eclipse, General?
Such things do not interest me, Senor.
And what about Condor Transglobal?
Take a look at this label.
Si, Senor. Condor Transglobal.
Can you tell me where to find their offices?
No, Senor. I never heard of them, and neither did Ronaldo.
I've just noticed the computer at the back is playing Space Invaders. You see that? Do you know a random fact about Space Invaders? So, I'm going to tell you anyway, you've got no choice. Who's played the original Space Invaders with the lines of aliens moving across and then down one? They go across the screen, down one, across, down, across, down. You know how Space Invaders works. Well, you know how Space Invaders speeds up toward the end of the game? I thought, when I first played it, that that was a really interesting way of adding kind of progressive difficulty into the game. Turns out, that wasn't meant to happen. It was just a glitch. Because you're displaying so many ships at the start of the game, the actual RAM wasn't there to process it all, and as the amount of ships reduced, the available processing power increased, and so it speeds up because it's rendering them all faster. So it turns out that a glitch within programming the game actually ended up giving it progressive difficulty. How cool is that? That is really... that's a perfect accident. It's the limitations of the time breeding the creativity. It's the same as the fog in Silent Hill. You know, you can't do what you want to do, so you're forced to do something else, and it turns out that actually it ended up making the game better.
I'll be back.
Right, let's chat to this guy over here.
I wasn't going to try investigating the passage while the general was sat there.
Can we chat to this guy? Ronaldo. Sup, Ronaldo?
Hi, I'm George Stobart.
Hello, senor. How can I help you?
People have mentioned Grand Theft Auto in the chat as well. Yes, so I remember reading a story of the original Grand Theft Auto, you know, the kind of top-down bird's-eye view one, where you could do missions and get chased by the police, and the beta testers were told that when they committed a crime, police would start chasing them. And the original game design idea was basically the police were meant to stop you doing bad things, and then you got back to doing the actual game. However, the beta testers, it turned out, were spending all of their time committing crimes just to get the police to chase them, and then they enjoyed running away from the police more than they enjoyed doing the game. So, the designers kind of sat back and went, well, instead of pushing against what the beta testers want, why don't we just lean into this thing? They added more ways to commit crimes. They made the police slightly less aggressive at chasing you so the chases would last longer. And then they gave the police kind of more on the screen at the same time. Beautiful. That's what people did. That's how you played it. A great example was Simpsons Hit and Run as well. Simpsons Hit and Run, when it was being designed, was kind of originally just meant to be a short mission-based thing, and it turns out the beta testers were spending all of their time trying to find hidden jumps, trying to find hidden cars, trying to get around the scenery, and so they just went back and added a load of that stuff in. When you have the beta testers saying, you've got something here, but the most fun thing is this bit, that's when they just go and add more into it. I mean, one of them ones was... Has anyone heard of the game Narbacular Drop? You probably haven't heard of Narbacular Drop, because Narbacular Drop was a game developed by a couple of university students that was about placing two doors in a wall, and you would walk through one and appear from the other. And they took it to Valve, and Valve liked it so much, they showed it to Gabe, and Gabe went, I love this mechanic, the entire game must be built around it, changed the name to Portal. And that's why Narbacular Drop became Portal. You find a mechanic that works really well and just build your game around that. Yeah, it was the first kind of pre-Portal area. Right, you, my friend, need to lead an expedition to one of the ruins for my friend Pearl.
Are there any ancient pyramids near Quaramon?
Si, senor. But it's not very impressive. It's in ruins.
That's perfect.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Would you be willing to give a guided tour of the ruins?
I can't. The General would have a fit if I left all this paperwork.
Halo was a top-down real-time strategy. They realized the closer you got to the action, the more fun the game was. There are so many examples of games just being extremely fun because of a glitch or a bug, and then they just kind of lean into that. Can you guys think of any more? Games that were just silly and fun that, you know, when you forced yourself to do it. It was, I think, one of the original SSX Tricky, or the original SSX, was trying to be a relatively realistic snowboarding simulator, and then it turned out there was far more fun when you just made it kind of massively over the top. Just really big and silly. Street Fighter, that was it. Street Fighter, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Street Fighter 1 didn't have a combo system. Like, it just had... You could do one attack and then another attack, but there was no specific, if I do this attack and press this, specific things happen. But it turned out that players were working out the most efficient cycle of attacks, and they were kind of making a pseudo combo system, and you could cancel the animations of certain moves by doing certain others, so they realized that it was more powerful to attack with certain combinations of buttons. And when the Street Fighter 2 devs realized they were doing that, they then just added all of that in. I think Street Fighter 1 to Street Fighter 2 was one of the biggest glow-ups in video game history. Like, everyone remembers Street Fighter 2. Very few people go back and play Street Fighter 1, without a doubt. You know, people say, you know, give me an example of the sequel being better than the original. I'll give you a couple of examples. 1, Street Fighter 2 to Street Fighter 1. 2, way better. Here's an example of the sequel to a game being better than the original, and I know you'll hate me for it, but I'm excited about this one. Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver was not the first Legacy of Kain game. The first one was Legacy of Kain or Legacy of Kain Blood Omen, but Soul Reaver, when that came in, when Raziel got involved, oh man, that was a game. Are we all a little bit excited for the Soul Reaver 1 remaster? We should be. We should all be a little bit excited for the Soul Reaver 1 remaster. If you haven't seen it yet, there is a video on YouTube you can go and watch. Soul Reaver 1 being remastered. Another game that I've covered before being remastered that I'm excited about, Dino Crisis. Will I play the Soul Reaver 1 remaster on stream? Absolutely. Without a doubt. I'll even get a little kind of, I'll get a scarf, put it around my face. I'll cosplay Raziel if I need to. I used to do that speech in uni if I ever needed a single-person speech. People would walk up and go, Josh, we need you to do a speech for a little thing. And I'd just walk straight up and go, Kain is deified. The clans tell tales of him. Few know the truth. He was mortal once, as were we all. I am Raziel, firstborn of Kain's lieutenants. Yeah, and then we just carry on with that. Beautiful, beautiful speech with that one. The writing in Soul Reaver kind of convinced me as a kid that games could be cinematic, without a doubt. The writing in Soul Reaver was Shakespearean. It was biblical. It was beautiful. That's what it was. Honestly. Did I play the original Blood Omen? Only half the way through. And, yeah, Croc, Legend of the Gobbos was meant to be a 3D Yoshi game, hence the backpack. I didn't even know that. I didn't know that. Right, let's do this. Okay, you, do you want a biscuit?
Would you like a gourmet dog snack biscuit?
I would love one, senor, but I would have a problem with my teeth.
Toothache?
No, senor. If the general catches me eating on duty, he'll knock them out.
George, I feel that you can't just go to a Central American country and offer all of their elected officials a dog biscuit. Like, there is a certain stereotype of the American tourist, and you are very much matching it. Also, Nico, why are you dressed like you work here? Also, what is this statue?
Do you recognize this statue?
Tezcatlipoca, the night wind. Take it away, senor. That stone is cursed.
They're bold to assume they were elected. That's true. They're just the only people that own a green uniform.
So long.
Right. This guy needs to finish his paperwork.
The filing cabinet was probably locked.
Ooh, it probably was, but let's see what else we've got. There's papers, there's a... Ooh, can we check out these papers?
I had no need for junk mail, especially someone else's.
What's going on? There's a television?
The television was showing what appeared to be a low-budget soap. A tall man with long blonde hair was shouting at a woman who was naked apart from a towel.
I'm invested. I'm very invested. There's a monitor.
It was a computer monitor with some kind of outdated game displayed on it.
Who would play an outdated game? What a nerd. Goodness me.
A safe was tucked under the desk. The safe was undoubtedly locked.
Right, what do I have that I can help with? I have nothing in specifics. Alright, let's do this. I'm at the police station. What next? I've got to get this guy to finish his paperwork, pretty much. Let's leave. Let's see what else we can do. Right. Okay, so nothing outside. Chat with Nico?
Why did you show him the stone?
I thought maybe he might know something about it.
Well, he does now, for sure. He knows we have it.
That's true. What did you make of Dio the General?
You came on a little strong with the General.
I was merely flattering his ego, George. Every man has his Achilles heel.
Maybe. But that guy's weakness isn't in his foot.
It's in his pants. Or more correctly, the pants that I've got on me. And by that I mean The ones that I'm carrying, not the ones that I'm wearing. We're going to move on from this line of questioning. What do you think about the old man? He was not Professor Oubier.
That man we saw talking to the general was Oubier. Didn't you recognize him?
I never met him, remember? The guy I called in Paris claimed to be Oubier, but he sounded nothing like the man in the police station. Maybe the professor really is innocent.
Nah, it's too much of a coincidence that he's here in Quaramon.
That's George's detective skills kicking in. Maybe he's innocent. No, he's not. He's involved, therefore he's going to jail. Every jail. Isn't every man's weak? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Every man's weakness apparently is a sassy French woman. It's horrible, but it's true. We all have to admit it at some point. Right, what's this?
Take a look at this.
Mon Dieu! Where did you get that kind of money?
It's not mine. I found that statement at Oubier's house.
Also, Nicole, George is a lawyer. We've been flying all over the world. We just popped off to Ireland, Syria, Spain. Right now we're in this place, kind of Middle America. Like, how do you think that we're not rich at this point? Anyway, we haven't ragged on Lobineau for a while. How's he doing?
Lobineau tells me he's been seeing a lot of you.
We meet sometimes for lunch, a drink. After you'd gone back to the States, I was pretty lonely, you know.
Lonely? You must have been desperate. Couldn't you just visit the zoo or something?
To get what she was getting from Lobineau? Definitely not, George. That's illegal.
Tell me about this Karzak guy.
Well, I saw him for only a few minutes, but he frightens me. I got the impression that Pablo was nervous when he was around too. His eyes, they're like a wild animal's, like a tiger. That's what scared me most about him. He looked so unpredictable and dangerous.
Okay. Nico, would you like a dog biscuit?
Would you like a biscuit?
Gourmet dog? Have you been eating those things, George?
Sure, they're great.
George, I'm not exactly the Rizmeister. I understand that I have a certain charm that maybe someone into, video games or English guys with black hair would go for. But may I offer some words of advice? When an attractive woman walks up to you and says, "Have you been eating those dog biscuits you've been carrying around with you?" Even if the answer is yes, you say no. That is like a fourth date confession. You don't start with that. I admire the fact that you're doing it. Maybe they're tasty. Not going to find out. But you don't start with that, George. Your flirting technique. Oh my, get out the stream. Hang on, no. Epidemic bubble, feel bad. His flirting technique is a little rough. I'm just mad at you that I didn't come up with that. Oh, God, I hate it. I hate it. Angry, get out. Okay, cool. Look at this cone.
Guess what this is? Go on, guess.
It's wrought iron, probably from a chimney stack on an old stove.
Well, I suppose it could be. How did she know that?
My grandfather used to work in a foundry.
Oh, George, my God. You don't know it. You do not know it. George, I'm not sure where this is going.
Take a look at this.
An eclipse of the sun. Why the sudden interest in astronomy?
I found the cutting in Oubier's house.
Apparently, it's only visible from Central America.
He is young, that's true. He didn't have Twitch streamers to guide him. If only you'd have had the guidance of Twitch streamers, George, then you'd have been doing far better. Right now, it's like you've been taught on Kick. This is not good Riz. Let's see what's going on over here. Maybe we missed something. Maybe we can sneak in the cell window.
The cell was vacant. There was a forlorn-looking guy asleep on the floor of the jail. It was Miguel,
from Jack
the pipe
Doherty.
player. Hey,
Why,
Miguel.
did he take the crash
He didn't
course?
Hear me.
Let's chat. No, we're not doing it. We're not going there.
Professor Oubier?
Yes? Who are you?
My name is Stobart. George Stobart.
I thought that face was familiar. Remember me, George? Dwayne Henderson.
Hi, Dwayne. Just a moment. I have a few questions to ask the professor here.
Dwayne? My boy! Why are you driving the truck, Dwayne? Oh, man, he's looking good. Dwayne! Do you like porn, Dwayne? Did you ever watch it with this actress in?
Tell me about your wife, Professor.
Please, I don't want to talk about her.
Well, okay, so I understand right now that that is meant to be a selection of options to choose from, but it very much looks like we are shooting the blonde-haired girl, and then the bullet is doing a little bit of a loop-de-loop before it runs away. Who knows? Let's just ask.
Maybe you don't, but I do. Why was she known as the Little Dachshund?
It was just a silly pet name I used to call her. Somehow some damned reporter found out.
So you called her the Little Sausage. Okay. Maybe that's what we're going for. Alright, cool. Tell me about this guy.
Does the name Karzak mean anything to you?
Yes, I know him. In fact, if it wasn't for Karzak, I wouldn't be here.
What?
He's financing my expedition.
Oh. Do you know Nico Coulard? She was kidnapped.
What do you know about my girlfriend's abduction?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She was invited to your mansion in Paris.
Not by me, she wasn't. I haven't been home for nearly 7 months.
What do you know about the Central American guy?
Have you ever employed a Central American butler or servant?
I've never employed any kind of servant, monsieur.
Well, clearly your archaeology professor credentials are not quite up to the scratch we thought they were. That's the first thing you need to do in order to get your archaeology license. You're letting the side down here, man. Would you like a biscuit?
Would you like a biscuit?
No, thank you.
You should, they're good. I can't get enough of these things.
George, stop eating the dog biscuits, man. My God. What do you make of this statue?
Can you identify this statue, Professor?
Oh, yes. Tezcatlipoca, the Lord of Darkness.
A Central American god, right?
A supreme deity. Tezcatlipoca means, literally, smoking mirror. There. You see the mirror shield in his left hand? The Mayans believed he could look into the mirror and see into the hearts of men. He was the wind which came howling in the night in search of victims, and victims they gave him by the thousand.
Human sacrifices?
Men, women, children, animals, anything that bled. The steps of his temple ran red with the blood of sacrifices. The Mayans have a legend that says he'll return one day. I hope I'm not around to see it.
Well, I've got some bad news for you, Professor Wrinkles. You're in the game, and he will. Here, what do you think of this tablet?
Can you tell me anything about this stone?
Where did you get that?
That's my business.
How much do you want for it?
It's not for sale.
What do you think about... Do you know where Condor Transglobal is?
Do you see this label?
Yes. It refers to a company named Condor. What of it?
I traced that company here, to Quaramon. Do you know where I can find the offices of Condor Transglobal?
The company no longer exists. They went bankrupt recently.
By sending you an absolute crapload of money?
Take a look at this, Professor. What have you got to say about that?
Where did you get this?
Never mind that. How do you explain these withdrawals?
I left my financial affairs in the hands of my secretary.
Including the withdrawal of funds in cash from your personal account?
I trust Gwyneth implicitly.
And why Marseille? Why the very place my girlfriend was taken?
That's obvious, Stobart. We are both the victims of the same devious plot.
What plot?
I have no idea.
Well, I'm convinced. We're clearly on the same team. While here, do you want to watch the eclipse?
Do you know anything about this eclipse, Professor?
Of course. It's not the reason I'm here in Quaramon, but I'm looking forward to seeing it all the same.
Well, I mean, why waste a perfectly good holiday? What is this? I'm guessing that's about the eclipse?
What's your interest in the eclipse, Professor?
Oh, it's purely a layman's curiosity. History's my subject, not astronomy. But I've been fascinated by the movements of the heavenly bodies since I was a child. I wouldn't miss a total eclipse for the world.
You're fascinated by the movement of heavenly bodies. Well, maybe later you can see me dance. Oh, got the Riz throwing it out there. Boom, son. That was very Raven. That's so, Professor. You got some cash money flirting right there for you. Beautiful. Why are you looking at me like that?
Does the eclipse have some special significance for you?
For me? No. For the ancient Mayans, it marked the end of the Fifth Age.
Perhaps we should be celebrating.
Ah, no. The end of each age heralds destruction on a global scale. The Fifth is the final age, ending in the total destruction of the Earth.
I mean, it happened to RuneScape. Fifth Age to the Sixth Age, and now almost nobody plays.
I have proof that you are directly involved with Condor.
I used them as shippers to transport artifacts to a gallery in Paris. Beyond that, I have no connection with the company, which, as I said, no longer exists.
Okay. Yo, Dwayne, how's it going, man? Dwayne, how you been, dude?
Are you still working for... you know who?
Who's that, George? You know I'm retired.
Oh, nothing. Forget it. I confused you with somebody else.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Dwayne, I know that you don't have a mustache. It's just your upper lip, but it's very mustache-colored. What do you think about the General?
Do you think the General was involved with Condor?
Hell no. And if he's a general, I'm a Buddhist. No, that fella's just a mouthpiece for the real power in Quaramon.
I see. What makes you say that?
So the General is nothing but a puppet?
He's like Pinocchio before he met the Blue Rinse Fairy. Strictly strings and wood.
Who's pulling the strings?
His mother. Better known as La Presidenta, the dictator.
Oh, she's the one that banned music.
Did you know that traditional music is illegal in Caramonte?
Is that so? Seems reasonable to me.
No, really. The leader of the band in the square has been imprisoned just because of the music he played.
I don't know who you've been talking to, but that fella, Miguel, he's an agitator.
Tell me.
What's the real reason the musician was imprisoned?
Handed out subversive literature at the mines. That so-called general was waiting for Miguel when he got back into town. Marched him off to jail at gunpoint on a charge of inciting a riot.
I see. So, you just drive a truck now?
Did you drive all the way down here?
Hell no. Pearl did the driving while I followed the maps. The way she handled the wheel, you'd think she'd been trucking half her life.
I think the voice actor's accent has just kind of given up halfway through. He started strong, and then it was just, I'm just going to talk now. Dwayne, would you like these pants?
What do you think of these panties, Dwayne?
Lord, hot stuff, George. You buy those for your girl?
No, a guy we know in Paris bought them for her.
Oh, you're a threesome then. Why are you looking at me like that, George?
Forget it.
I mean, Dwayne didn't judge. He was like, oh, I see, is that what's happening? Dwayne seems like an accepting guy to me. Also, George didn't say no. George did not say no. Maybe Lobineau is the way to lob a go. We don't know.
What's in the truck, Dwayne?
Oh, just camping equipment. Sleeping bags and tents. Me and Pearl always hankered after a taste of the great outdoors.
Aren't you worried about camping out in a tropical jungle?
We had a trial run in West Virginia. This'll be a breeze in comparison.
Yeah, Dwayne's just a very accepting guy. He's a bit simple. You know, he's got some problems, but he ain't judging. Dwayne's like the father figure we all need. He might not be, you know, always right with his advice, but you know you're going to get some good vibes when you hang out with this guy. How's Pearl doing?
I spoke to Pearl earlier.
Yeah? Did she mention that we had a kind of falling out?
Yes, she did.
She'll get over it.
He's not perfect. You know, he's not perfect. But in general, he's pretty good. Dwayne, would you like a biscuit?
Would you like a biscuit, Dwayne?
Oh, no. Those gourmet dog snacks bring me out in a rash.
You've tried them?
They were on special offer. Pearl bought a whole crate. When I asked her if she was thinking of keeping a dog, too, she just laughed.
We have a lot in common with Dwayne, I've just realized. We're both wearing yellow shirts. We've both got the same kind of attitude. We're both snacking on dog things. Oh my God. Dwayne is just George from another life. I've just realized that's the NPC that we are most like. Real does recognize real here. There's an old Dimitri Martin bit. Oh, one of my favorite comedians, Dimitri Martin, where he said he went out to a restaurant and he was wearing like a very specific Hawaiian shirt, and he sat down, and over the other side of the restaurant he saw another guy wearing the same Hawaiian shirt, and that guy, the one that Dimitri was looking at, was like super nerdy, super thin, super weedy, super unhappy, super awkward, and Dimitri just sat there thinking, oh no, I'm wearing the same shirt as that nerd over there. And then he went out to a restaurant a few weeks from then wearing the same shirt. And he sat down, and across from him he saw an incredibly jacked, muscled, super handsome, super confident dude wearing the same shirt. And there was a moment where Dimitri just went, oh no, I'm the nerd. And I feel that's the energy we've got here. I've just realized that in many ways we are Dwayne. And I don't know how I feel about that. Dwayne, would you like to see this piece of coal?
Would you like to borrow my lucky piece of coal, Dwayne?
What's so lucky about it?
Well, we made it to Quaramon in one piece.
When you've been here a few days, you won't look on that as luck.
Dwayne's the kind of guy that you can just show your cool rock collection to.
Does the name Karzak mean anything to you?
Sounds like a comic book villain to me, son.
He's the man behind Condor, and the rat who kidnapped Nico.
You know, the first time I met you, I was deeply impressed with your naive simplicity. I said to Pearl, if we ever had kids, I would have wanted a boy like George. But I underestimated you, son.
Thanks, Dwayne. Dwayne, what do you know about Condor Transglobal?
Do you know anything about a shipping company called Condor Transglobal?
I never heard of it, son.
He calls us son as well. I like this. Right, can we use the truck to, in some way, get into the police station? Oh, there's a guy over here. Let's have a chat with him. This map's a lot bigger.
Hi, I'm George Stobart.
What do you know about the Hello, young man. Look at my pants.
What do you think of these panties?
Awesome. You wear them?
No. Someone sent them to my girlfriend.
Thoughtful.
Sweet. Very accepting. What happened in the mines? I heard lots of people died.
What can you tell me about the mining company?
The general closed down one of their mines after the explosion. Lots of folks lost their lives. I was lucky. I only lost my legs.
Oh, you're the guy's cousin. What do you think of this magical mythical stone?
Can you tell me anything about this stone?
That's obsidian. It's a volcanic rock which has cooled so fast that...
Yeah. Look, I'm not interested in geology.
You're not? I suppose you want to know about the carved picture on it.
That's right.
Then the guy you should talk to is the professor. He's over there, talking to the bozo in the truck.
George, you can't ask about a stone, and when someone starts telling you about stones, be annoyed.
Do you know what this statue represents?
Should do. I used to carve things like that to sell to tourists, but it scared people around here, so I stopped.
Okay. What do you know about Condor Transglobal?
Do you recognize the design on this label?
Why, sure. That's the Condor Transglobal Shipping Company logo.
Do they have an office in Quaramon?
No, but they ship out from here.
That's what I thought.
And what do you think about the upcoming eclipse?
Have you heard about the eclipse of the sun?
Sure, I'm having a party to celebrate it. Drop by.
Really?
Sure. Plenty of food, plenty of wine, and everyone's invited, except the general.
All right, cool, but why not?
Why don't you want the general at your party?
Because if he comes, he'll bring those damned music albums from the 70s.
He is Dio. Like, the game isn't being even subtle anymore, it just straight up is Dio. Oh. We can walk all the way around here, can we? Interesting. Okay. Let's see if these... Oh, the mine company. Can we just go in here and have a quick chat? See what's going on? Yeah, Ronnie James Dio.
In Quaramon, defacing a poster was probably a capital offense.
What's up here in the mining company? We can go inside and say hi.
Hey, Nico!
They don't mind me just walking into random buildings. Remember, I am a detective. In my mind. She looks sassy. And he looks camp. Let's just see if this is correct. He does. He's got a face.
Hola, señora.
Hi. We were wondering...
I was talking to the lady, Chico.
Hi, my name is Nicole Collard.
Concha Garcia. How can I help you, sister?
The corporation I represent is considering a major investment in Quaramon. Your advice, as the head of an obviously successful concern, is precisely what I'm after. My assistant, Mr. Stobart, has a few questions he'd like to ask you.
Sit down, George. Sit down, George. Men are talking. Right. Tell me about Professor Oubier.
Do you know Professor Oubier?
Yes. I understand he is about to embark on an archaeological expedition. He hired some equipment from me earlier today.
I overheard him talking to the General. I think they're working together.
What? If I'd known that, I wouldn't have hired out the equipment. Now, why would the General be interested in an archaeologist?
Would you like a dog biscuit?
Would you like a dog biscuit?
Would you like a smack in the mouth, Chico?
Okay, that wasn't working. I'll be more direct. Look at these pants.
Would you be interested in these panties? They look about your size.
Is that your best line, Chico?
I'm serious. They were an unwanted gift.
Put them away before you get overexcited.
You don't offer someone something, and when they say no, you can be like, oh, no, don't worry, it's nothing like that. Someone gave it to me, and I didn't give a shit about it, so I thought I'd give it to you. That's... George. Riz... There aren't numbers low enough. Negative numbers were invented to describe how much Riz George has. We had to come up with an entire new type of maths just to describe this guy. He's helped the world in ways he'll never know. Right. Tell me about Karzan.
Have you heard of a man
Karzak.
named Karzak?
No? Who is he?
He's the reason we came to Quaramon. We think he's running a drug ring.
Well, I hope you find him, but I've never heard the name before.
I know you might find this hard to believe, but we suspect there might be something to do with drugs in Central and South America. I know, it's pushing the boat out. What can you tell me about the mine?
Can you tell me about the accident at the mine?
Accident? It was sabotage. Somebody wanted my mine closed down for good.
Your mine?
Do you have any evidence that the mine was sabotaged?
Not yet, but I'll get to the bottom of it. There'd been trouble at that mine for several months. The workforce was getting smaller every day. Someone had started a rumor among the men that the mine was cursed. Now the entire operation has been closed down.
Ooh.
Where's the site of the mine?
Several days upriver at a remote area known as Teoculcan.
Look at this stone.
Does this stone mean anything to you?
I think it is a spirit stone carved by a Mayan priest, no? I don't know which of their many gods it represents.
Remember that we cannot change the audio to be mono channel. It is stereo channel and you can't stop that. That's just how the game is. So many of you in the chat, I agree, saying, my left ear really enjoys this game. Good. That's how it's going to be. When the video comes up on YouTube, we'll just remix the audio to be entirely mono.
Can you tell me anything about this statue?
It is Tezcatlipoca, the god of death and pestilence. That fetish would be considered by many to be a bad omen.
Now, I didn't get this far by people considering my fetishes to be bad omens, but, I mean, I'll consider it. Look at my coal.
You see this? It's my lucky piece of coal.
What's so lucky about it?
I'm not sure yet.
George, you need to be studied. You need
Nice
to be in a
sponge.
lab. Oh, what? Hang on. Hang on. No. We're chatting to this guy. Apparently we're controlling Nico now as well. No, not this way. No, this way. Come on. I misclicked. Chat to the secretary.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to Consolidated Mining. If you are planning to stay in Quaramon City, may I recommend the Consolidated Mining Experience, an interactive hands-on tour of one of our deepest mines, with talking tour guides available in 3 different languages.
A tour of a mine.
Well, this is a mining company. What else did you expect?
He is very handsome. Tell me about Karzak.
Do you know where I could find Senor Karzak?
No, senor.
What do you know about Condor Transglobal?
Have you heard of a company called Condor Transglobal?
No, senor.
How come you're not wearing any pants?
I feel more alert without them. Kind of perky.
And your boss doesn't mind?
She suggested it.
She is very much in charge. This woman knows what she wants. What do you think about the new eclipse? Want to come and watch it with me?
Have you heard about the forthcoming eclipse?
I don't take much interest in things like that. One of the boys might know about it.
What do you know about Condor Transglobal?
Do you recognize the icon on this label?
Condor Transglobal.
Did the company operate here in Caramonte?
Yes, they ran an old container ship, the Mayan Princess.
Interesting. Where is it now?
Do you know who owned Condor Transglobal?
I have no idea.
No one knows. What's on the computer? Oh. Apparently I can try and talk to Nico, but she's not here. She's left the room. Let's chat to these people over here. See what's going on. She does wear the pants in the office. The only one who does.
Are you looking forward to the eclipse of the sun?
Not especially. Are you?
I don't know. I've never seen one. All I know about eclipses is that you shouldn't try to view them with the naked eye.
Please. Go away and let me get on with my work.
No. What do you know about Karzak?
Ever heard of a guy called Karzak?
Can't you see I'm busy? If I don't finish this stock report, the boss will be mad as hell.
Alright. Chat to you, my friend.
Ever hear of a guy called Karzak?
No, sir.
Are you excited about the eclipse?
Did you know there's an eclipse of the sun in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, Joe told me about it. He's having a party and we're all invited. Me and the boys are dressing up as evil monks.
Yeah? Cool.
Yep, I would do that if I was invited to a party. That's a totally normal party thing to do. You get the boys together, you dress up as some evil monks, you just don't pretend to be Templars. Too many of them. Hey.
Do you know anything about the eclipse?
Yes, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I heard it's going to be pretty spectacular.
It's in a few weeks' time, isn't it?
9 days.
Thanks.
Sweet. You know about Karzak?
Ever heard of a guy called Karzak?
No.
Okay, cool. Good talk. Good talk, guys. Good energy all round. Let's open this cupboard and see what's in here. Sure, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Keep out of there.
George, we got rumbled.
That's where the explosives are stored.
Okay. And now I know where the explosives are. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Right, time to leave. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to get to the shipping company place. Let's have a look. Yeah, we've done all of that. We returned to Paris when Nico made Lobineau give me the Coyote Stone. Turns out that when Titipoco kept saying Quaramante, Titipoco is the guy's name apparently, kept saying Quaramante, he was trying to give me a clue, because Quaramante is where Ubier ships his artifacts from. So it's off to Central America with my girl. Or should that read? Ex-girl. I'm going to use the goat.
Now, I like most animals, but experience had made me wary of goats, and cats, and dogs.
Yes. So, the goat puzzle in the first game is notoriously difficult. Can we give the goat the worm? Not a euphemism, was actually trying to do that. Let's chat to these guys about some of the literature their friend had been dispensing. Might be bad. Yes, I've spoken to the general.
Tell me about the general. You know, the guy in charge around here.
We don't want to talk about him, senor.
How come? No one can hear you. Well, only that old goat.
In Quaramon we have a saying, don't tell your old goat what you don't want your wife to know.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
It's a good saying. I'm going to start living by that. What do you know about Condor Transglobal?
Take a look at the design on this label.
I have seen that before.
Where?
There was a ship flying a flag just like that.
When did you see this ship?
3 months ago. It was here, at the docks.
I might pop over to the docks then, see what's going on. Right, can we walk over to the docks? I mean, I'm assuming the docks are down here. Let's chat to this guard. There's a big ship just there, maybe that's the one.
Welcome to Quaramon.
Thanks. Where's the ship?
When's the next ship out of here?
But, senor, don't you like our beautiful country?
Yeah, I think it's great.
Oh, yeah. It's like a little piece of paradise right here on Earth.
Then why you wanna leave?
I'm just plain homesick. Like it says in the song.
A word of warning, senor. If you feel like bursting into song, bite your tongue.
Huh?
There are official restrictions on music in Quaramon.
That guy has got a deep voice. I like him. What's wrong with music?
How come music is restricted in Quaramon?
It is part of a great cultural enrichment campaign. Traditional Quaramon music is considered unsuitable for these fast-moving times. Nuestra Senora has decreed that only one category of music is suitable.
What's that?
Easy listening.
Right. Tell me about this guy in the image.
Nuestra Senora is la Presidenta, right?
Si, senor. The First Lady of Quaramon.
I guess that's her picture I've seen on the posters, huh?
That's her. Quite a looker, no?
If you like big, middle-aged military women.
Si, senor. I do.
He's got a type. He has got a type.
So, what has La Presidenta done for this country? Apart from emasculating its music.
Take a look around you, senor. The splendid docks, the walk-in shopping mall. But most of all, she has brought prosperity.
Where?
For the first time in the history of Quaramon, we have an export trade.
What do you export?
We've had enough. We're going back to the ship.
Okay. You show me your brown card?
Huh? What brown card is that?
The official exit visa.
We do not have an exit visa. George, I feel you didn't think this through.
You can't leave without an exit visa.
Right. Nico, did you know this? Are you aware? Hey, Nico, we can't leave. It's not allowed. Well, let's chat to Pearl, see what she knows. She might know something. I mean, I don't want to give up my brown card to get out of this country, but I will do. I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
Have you met the guy who calls himself the General?
No, I haven't. Is he a real general?
I guess so. He wears a lot of medals on his chest. The wrong side of his chest. At least for any army I'd ever seen.
Oh, George being a detective again.
I hear you drove all the way to Quaramon in a truck.
That's right. You would not believe the state of some of those roads. Makes me downright sad to think there's still some places you can't reach in an automobile. In this day and age, you'd think there'd be decent highways just about anywhere folk choose to go.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? 1998. What a beautiful year for advancement.
What do you make of this stone, Pearl?
Oh, that's pretty. What's that thing supposed to be, a rabbit?
I believe it's a coyote.
Well, it sure is cute.
I was surprised she didn't ask me where she could buy one.
You know what, Pearl?
Catch you later, Pearl.
I'm gonna go in here.
Nico!
We're gonna go inside and see what's going on. It's a jaguar. Looks like a puma to me. So, We probably need to chat to these guys. I feel like this is where the puzzle is taking us right now. I need to see the chart and get to the prison cells. How do I get rid of the general? Okay, the general. You've got to go outside, my boy. My friend, you are needed outside.
We've had enough of Quaramon, and we want out.
Am I stopping you?
The guy at the docks tells me I need an exit visa.
Ask Ronaldo. He'll make the arrangements. That's what he's here for.
Okay, cool.
Are you sure you never heard of Condor?
Oh, yes.
The company is registered here in Quaramon City.
You are mistaken, señorita.
The musicians out in the square say that a ship flying the Condor flag was birthed here.
They are simple peasants. They will go along with anything you say in the hopes of parting you from your money.
Go on, you would never do that.
Condor is run by Karzak, isn't it?
Wrong again, senor. Karzak has nothing to do with anything called Condor, whoever he is.
Do you keep a record of companies registered in Quaramon?
Of course, señorita. Unfortunately, all the records were destroyed by a flash flood.
I'll be back.
They were destroyed. All right, you, my friend, Ronaldo, talk to me. I need an exit visa. Also, what about the musician that you imprisoned?
I'd like to visit your prisoner.
Condemned prisoners aren't allowed visitors.
Condemned?
To death. He is to be executed. Knowing my luck, I will probably have to shoot him myself.
Amnesty International's gonna hear about this.
And they're gonna do nothing.
I thought Miguel was arrested for playing the wrong kind of music.
Si, senor, he was.
And that carries the death penalty?
No. You think we're crazy? While being questioned, he confessed to being an anti-government agent.
Well, that's convenient. In that case, I've got no problem at all with it. Carry on. As you were, my friends. You obviously arrested him for a completely legitimate reason, and then, while he was in jail, not being tortured, he confessed to other crimes as well. That happens sometimes. People guilty conscience want to get it off their chest, and then you shoot them. Justice.
I'm trying to get out of Quaramon.
If I had $1 for every time I heard that, I'd be able to buy back half my family.
Never mind them. What about my visa?
We don't take visa.
I didn't ask if you take a visa. I want you to give me a visa.
I can't help you, senor. I don't understand these things.
So we're just trapped in the country now. We just can't leave.
You know anything about this eclipse?
No, senor. El General keeps me in the dark about most things.
So long.
All right, Nico. Let's have a chat. We need to get the general out of here, somehow.
Do you recognize this?
Is that the dart which knocked me out?
That's right. I kept it as a souvenir.
George, every time you open your mouth, like, women run away. How is this possible? How are you this anti-charismatic? Nico is drier than the Sahara right now. This is not working.
Take a look at this, Nico.
That's disgusting, George. Why are you carrying it around with you?
I don't know. I just can't seem to part with it.
George, I don't get you.
Do you have any theories about this stone?
I think that design represents a dog, a Mexican dog.
So, this is the sacred Chihuahua stone? Sheesh.
What about this statue?
Have you any idea who this little statue is supposed to be?
I'm not very well acquainted with Mayan deities, George. But whatever his name, he sure is ugly.
Okay, we need to get these guys out of this office, don't we? Or distract them in some way. How do we do this? How do we distract? I wonder if it's to do with playing music here. Or causing some kind of riot. Inciting some kind of riot.
Those things are gourds, aren't they?
See.
Hey! Mind the footwear, lady.
Yeah, how dare you get stuff on my shoes? They're the part of me that goes on the floor. You can't be touching that. Right, let's see what's going on here. What about these guys? They're all just hanging around chatting. Do I need some bread yet? What about this statue?
Do you recognize this statue?
Por Dios, put it away. You will bring bad luck to Quaramon.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Right, let's have a look at the hints. I need to see the chart and get to the prison cells. How do I get rid of the general? How do we do this? How do we get rid of the general? Maybe we do something which brings him out? Start a music festival? The goat does look like it could help.
The mournful look in that goat's eye.
The mournful look. Does the goat want some coal?
What was that? It's a lump of lucky coal. Coal? I would have preferred chocolate. Any flavor, so long as it hasn't got marzipan in it. God, I hate marzipan. You can talk. I mean, you're a talking goat. Keep your voice down. This is between you and me, right? Well, I guess so. Now, I mean it. You tell anyone you've spoken to me, and you'll be cursed.
What? George has apparently, on the journey over here, done all the drugs. And then nothing else happens. Do you want this cone? No. Okay, so if you give the goat the coal, that happens. Can we deface this poster with coal? No. Can we use the lipstick on the poster? No. Right, what do we do? What do we do here? That is definitely new. Can we get a cabbage for the goat? Who knows? What could we do? We've got to get the general out of this building. Is it something to do with the cell windows? Can we talk through them?
The cell was vacant.
What about this one?
There was a forlorn-looking guy asleep on the floor of the jail. It was Miguel, the pipe player. There was a forlorn... It was Miguel.
Okay, so how do we get... Can we... Hang on, can I push something through the window? Miguel, look at these pants. Miguel, do you want this dart? Miguel, do you want a biscuit? I'm trying here, I'm really trying, guys. Miguel, do you want a worm? Okay. Could you... Dwayne... Hey, where's the professor gone?
Maybe I'm wrong, but you seemed kind of evasive when I asked you about what you had in that truck before.
Damn right I was being evasive. I couldn't talk in front of the foreign national, see? George, I'm on a top-secret classified mission for Uncle Sam. This truck is a rolling bomb. 400 pounds of nitrate fertilizer with a plastique initiator. They'll hear the bang in China. Gee, I'm really looking forward to this.
What?
Is Miguel the reason you're here?
Pretty smart, George. I was supposed to make contact with him. By the time I found him, though, he was in jail. I've been trying to figure out a way to get him out since then.
Sounds good to me. Count me in.
Good man, George. All I need is a detonator.
So we're just going to engage in a little bit of terrorism in a middle American country. It's a treat, you know. We've earned it. I think we've earned it by now. We haven't blown up a jail in a while. I think we've earned this.
How come you brought a truckload of explosives but no detonator?
Call me old-fashioned, but I say packing trunks is woman's work. I left the packing to Pearl, and I can't find a darn thing. Just hope she remembered to bring my denture polish. I'd sure hate to arrive back in the States with tar on my teeth.
Okay, so... Dwayne, I've got all sorts of questions. Let's start with the one about Condor Transglobal.
Have you really never heard of Condor?
Of course I have, son. Matter of fact, it was old Dwayne's investigations scared him off.
I see.
Did you find any evidence of Condor's drug smuggling operations?
Drugs? Hell no! Condor was a cover for the illegal export of Mayan artifacts.
I see. They're still doing it?
So who was behind Condor Transglobal?
It was registered in the name of Edan.
Did you get the guy?
I don't think he ever existed. Edan backwards spells Nady, Spanish for nobody.
I see. Clever. Right, let's go and ask Pearl where she packed the detonator for this absolute truckful, literal truckful, of explosives. Hey, Pearl, I'm quite scared of both of you now, but I need to work with you as we break this guy out of prison. I'm finding it very difficult to believe in a game. I know that obviously you have to suspend your disbelief, but I am finding it difficult to believe that an American would go to a Central American country and in any way destabilize it. There's just no evidence.
Do you know where I could buy a detonator?
Did Dwayne put you up to this by any chance?
Hey, come on, I was kidding. Did you think I was serious?
I know what you boys are like when you get together and make plans. Dwayne says he could solve all the world's problems if he had enough missiles.
I mean, that's very American. Yeah, you know what we're like when the boys get together. You get together, have a few drinks, order a pizza, go and destabilize a Central American micronation. Just what you do. It's guy talk. You know, it really is guy talk.
Did you know that the truck was full of explosives?
Whatever gave you that idea, as if I couldn't guess?
Your husband. He was exaggerating, wasn't he?
Sometimes I wonder how I'm gonna cope with Dwayne's over-fertile imagination.
What does this mean to you, Pearl?
What cute little feathers. Why, if you had two of those, they'd sure make nice earrings.
This isn't intended for frivolous personal adornment, Pearl. It's a dart, tipped with a fast-acting, muscle-numbing poison.
Pardon me, I stand corrected, honey.
Yeah, Pearl, for God's sake.
Sometimes I get the feeling that communication with Pearl was like sending signals out into space. Maybe, if you waited long enough, you'd get an intelligent answer back. But it was a long shot.
Catch you later, Pearl.
George, you just spoke with a goat, okay? Let's not start pointing fingers at who is and isn't intelligent in this situation. Let's head up here and see if we can chat to any of the guys. She said that the thing was full of explosives. That is full of explosives. We've clearly got to get to it. The question is, how do we get to it? Need to see the chart and get to the prison cells. How do I get rid of the general?
It was Conchita, the owner of the mining company.
What else we got?
It was one of Conchita's posse of hunks.
The posse of hunks. Okay, Conchita. I need a detonator. Don't ask why, just give me one.
Do you have any kind of detonating device in stock?
Sure. They're kept in that cupboard.
I don't suppose you have one spare?
I can't simply give you a device like that, no without a damn good reason.
Like, what do women want? What can I give you? Pants? Lipstick? A dog biscuit? I've tried all the things women are into. I'm out of ideas, guys. I really am.
I had nothing else to talk about.
God damn it. What about you, my friend? What do hunky secretaries want? If I gave her some cheese, we could fascinate her. Do you have a detonator?
I guess a mining company must use explosives, right?
Not in the accounts and ledger section, to my knowledge.
Are you looking forward to the eclipse?
Do you know anything about the eclipse that's due soon?
Me? No, senor.
Have I played Beneath the Steel Sky? No, not yet. But I will hopefully play it in the future. We have lots of things to play. Right, there's a company, there's a computer, there's a cupboard, we can't distract these guys. Ah, right. Hint number 1. Perhaps you can create some kind of distraction. Thanks, game. Alright, good. Right, that's what we need to do. We need to create some kind of distraction. We are not distracting people enough. Can we seduce the explosives? Maybe. Let's... Oh, we've got to create a distraction, man. We really do. What's going on with this hut? This is the little guard's hut, isn't it? Let's see what's in here. A talking goat.
Inside the hut was a chair and a small table. It was an uninteresting little wooden hut, with an armed goon outside it.
Let's chat to some more people over here. Music or the truck? Music, to me, seems like the right choice.
You change your mind. You want to buy cabbages after all. How many you want? 2? 3?
None.
Don't come crying to me if you die of scurvy.
He wasn't going to be any help.
Alright, cool. Cabbage Man is out. What about this guy over here? One just, you know, taking drags on a cigarette and coughing. Maybe it's this guy.
That guy just didn't look like he was going to help me.
Well, what if we were to give him some pants?
That guy just didn't...
Okay, cool. Alright, let's have a chat with Nico. See if she has any ideas. Nico, you gotta help out here. Come on, look, you're dressed like, well, an invader at the minute.
There was nothing else I wanted to talk to Nico about at that time.
Give me a fish. I don't know how this is going to help, but I feel that I would rather have one and not need it than need one and not have it.
Go away!
Alright. God damn. Dude. Oh, they're playing music again now? Look, I need your help.
What was the ship with the Condor flag carrying?
I don't know, senor. We weren't allowed near the docks.
That's right. Usually we meet the ships when they tie up.
We play to the tourists.
Well, when the Condor ship came in, we were told to go away.
Oh, have you seen this artifact?
Have you any idea what this is?
No, senor.
Me neither.
Okay, hey, what about this thing?
Have you seen anything like...
I, the hungry chief.
Why are you carrying that thing around with you, senor? Don't you know who it is?
Sure, it's Tezcatlipoca. But it's only a little carving.
It brings death, senor. Death and destruction.
Do you guys know anything about a total eclipse?
What is it?
It's like when the sun is hidden by the moon.
It's crazy.
My cousin Alfredo swears he saw it happen once. But that was after he stupidly consumed a cocktail of peyote and antibiotics.
We've all been there. Oh my goodness, we have all been there, my friends. Right, we've got to get this guy out of this thing somehow. The general needs to be distracted. Something has to happen outside. How do we do this? Can I put lipstick on the worm?
Nope.
Okay, we tried. I'm out of ideas, guys. Any ideas in the chat for what we need to do? This guy was having a party. Maybe he can have a bit of a party.
Did you see the ship with the Condor flag?
No.
But the dock is just the other side of the square.
Might as well be the other side of the moon.
Yeah, dude's got no legs. That's a problem. That is a real problem. Dressed George is a stripper with panties and lipstick. Look, that's always plan A. But I want to see what else we can do first. Suggestions in the chat about what we could do and where we can go. We've got the items. Got the access. Can you interact with the back of the truck? Annoyingly, no. I was thinking about kind of using it, fighting, climbing on, doing something with it.
It was one of the...
You can see the guy in the cell.
There was a forlorn-looking guy asleep on the floor of the jail. It was Miguel.
Have we shown the woman the dart? Conchita. Angry Spanish lady. Let's go and have a check. Put lipstick on the goat. We can try that as well. Can you turn on the radio? Is there a radio somewhere? Where is the radio? Hey, guess what? Guess what? Let me show you my dart.
She wouldn't have been interested.
Let me show you my worm.
She wouldn't have been interested.
Oh my goodness, it's like my clubbing days all over again. Let me show you some lipstick.
She wouldn't have been interested.
And I have... That's three. 3 strikes and you're out. We tried, guys. We tried. We give the pants to the hunk. Hang on. My dude. Do you want these? Hey. From one hunk to another.
He wouldn't be interested.
Oh, god damn. Okay, cool. We've struck out with everyone. Everyone here. Can we put lipstick on the goat? I'm getting desperate. It's 3 a.m. We've struck out with everyone else. No. No, we cannot do that. Maybe it's back in the police station. Maybe I can let the general know something bad is happening. Be like, yo, general, guess what? There's a goat. It's playing folk music. It's playing folk music, my friend. Would you believe? Alright. So the chart. It's that chart thing back there, isn't it? I've got to have a look at that. What's that? Filing cabinet?
Filing cabinet.
That's locked. There's nothing over here. Drinks, television, safe, papers.
I had no need for John.
What if I were to slip this paper onto that paper? No.
I'd asked him all I'd wanted to for now.
The only other thing apart from music is the flyer, the poster on the wall. And we know that George mentioned that destroying posters is a crime. Can I feed the poster to the goat? Because that is the general's mother. It's a poster of the general's mother.
It was a portrait of La Presidenta. In Quaramon, defacing a...
Yes, it is. But what if I put the worm on the poster, and then the goat eats it? What if I use the lipstick on the poster to draw a little face? What if I stab the poster with a dart? Okay, I've tried the lipstick on the poster.
It was Nico's lipstick.
Does not work. That's annoying. Coal to draw something on the poster as well. Nope. We cannot deface the poster. Can't do it. What if we get arrested to chat to the guy in the prison cell? How would we get arrested? What could we do? Can you combine items? I don't think so.
Not such a good idea.
No.
That wouldn't work.
No. Stab.
That wouldn't work.
Thing into the worm? The mine people have definitely got a detonator, but we're not allowed to take it off them. I'm trying to work out how we get it from them. I don't want to use a walkthrough. You can help. You can't interact with the map on the wall of the police station. There's maps on the wall here.
It was a store.
And even if we go back to the police station, I can have a look. We can try and give the goat a dog biscuit to see what happens. Hang on, yeah, what happens if we put dog biscuits on the poster? Dog biscuit to the goat. You want one? No. Dog biscuit on the poster. No. Okay. Let's pop back in here.
Hey, Nico!
We're going to find this. I am not going to use a walkthrough. I am smarter than George Stobart. That is the chart we need to examine. I think that's the chart we need to examine anyway. The kind of pull-down chart at the back. That one. Chart. See if I can just have a look at it.
Senor. Leave the chart alone.
Do it.
It was the map the general hadn't wanted me to see.
Let's try it again then.
Senor.
Sorry, I forgot.
I did. Nico, I need you to turn on the charm and flirt with this guy while I look at that chart.
There was nothing else I wanted to talk to Nico about at that time.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. Nico can't even seduce the general while I look at the chart. Nico, put this lipstick on. It might not help, but it would, you know, it might improve things.
What was it you wanted to talk about?
I didn't think she'd be interested.
No, yeah, probably not. Probably not. What if we give the General the pants? Look, mate, I'm willing to give you these.
He would have no interest.
No, he's got a lot of interest, mate. Why don't you want me to look at the chart?
Do you have a map of Quaramon?
A map? I'm sorry, senor, but I don't.
What about the one on the wall?
Ah, that is an archaeological survey map, senor. Not suitable for tourists.
I'll be back.
Nico, distract the guy while I look at this map. I need to.
There was nothing else I wanted.
Oh my god, fine. We need to get the General out of here so we can look at the map to work out where the archaeological dig site is.
Senor.
Sorry, I forgot.
Nico, use your
I wasn't going to try and...
Your womanly wiles. Use your wiles. You're not wiling enough right now. Have we checked the fridge? I swear to God, if that's the actual answer, I will get angry. We need the detonator to make the explosion happen to distract the General. That means distracting the woman up here somehow. Okay, Nico, where are you? I can't talk to you there. You're in the way. Maybe the dude? Have we opened the third monitor? Not yet. Right. Nico, chat to me here. Come on. Plans. Plans.
Did you notice that chart on the police station wall?
Yes. It looked like a map to me, but I couldn't make out the details.
Whatever it was, the General didn't want us to see it.
So?
There was nothing else.
So, come on, George, Nico, talk to each other, man. You gotta talk to each other, dude. Let's chat to Dwayne again. Hey. Hey, this guy.
There was a forlorn look. It was Meg.
What if we throw does he need our lucky coal? No, he doesn't. Alright, Dwayne, are there really explosives in this?
I had nothing else.
Okay, I think we're actually looking pretty done at this point. It's got to be something to do with the General. We can't tie anything to the jail window than the truck because we haven't got anything to tie to it. There's no rope. There's no salmon. We haven't even got a fish.
Hey, Nico!
Gotta go in. Can you throw the dog biscuits through the window? Look, he's about to be executed tomorrow. He doesn't need to be humiliated as well. What about this dude here? We're going to chat to everyone and everything to find out what's going on. Now, this dude did mention that his family had been taken.
I had nothing else I wanted to ask him.
He did mention his family had literally been taken.
I'd asked him all I'd wanted to for now. I had no need.
Nico, distract the General while I look at the map.
There was nothing else I wanted.
Right, nobody wants to talk about anything at the time.
A filing cabinet.
There is nothing and no one. The safe I've already tried to get into. It's the General basically says to you, no, you can't do that. Pearl. Anything to do with you?
I had no more to...
Right. I do like the fact the game, when you run out of things to say, the game is like, yeah, you're done with this now. Hey, you guys.
I had nothing else.
Let's find someone who knows some... Let the pixel hunt begin, guys. This is how these old adventure games often go. Hello, stream. Hello, home. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. We're about to pixel hunt as we try to find our way to distract the General. Hello, Conchita.
The General has a chart in his office, which he was discussing with Ubier.
Perhaps that chart will tell us where they're heading.
Maybe, but I can't get anywhere near it while the General and his sidekick are there. I had nothing else to talk.
Look, let me into this thing here. What are you reading? You've just put some paperwork there. I can see it. Right, let me into the cupboard. Come on. Let me in. You got to do this.
Hey!
Listen, Conchita.
Stay out of that cupboard.
But what if I give you this conical top?
She wouldn't have been in.
Right. Now this dude, the secretary. Enough talking. It is time to commit crimes. We have not committed enough crimes so far.
There was nothing else I wanted to ask the guy.
Let's have a look at the next hint then, shall we? Hint number 2. In the police station, talk to the general about the chart. We've done that. Pretty sure we've already done that.
Do you keep detonators in the office?
I don't know. I'm new here. In fact, I started this morning. I don't have a clue what I'm supposed to be doing. Are you familiar with accounting software?
No.
Hell no.
Me neither.
He is the most honest guy so far.
I'm looking for a detonator.
Oh my, that's dangerous. I mean, are you qualified to handle those things? I don't know how you can work with explosives. I'd be too scared of blowing myself up. That's why I work in an office. Mind you, clerical duties are not as safe as you might think. You know those things you use to remove staples? You know, staple removers?
Look, I sympathize, but I've heard enough of this crap.
Yes. How dare you want to talk to me about your job? How dare.
Do you know where I could find a detonator?
Sure. The cupboard behind the boss. But she won't let you have it.
I'll use my charm.
This I gotta see.
Come on, George. Time to bring the old Stobart charm.
I had nothing else to talk about.
The old Stobart charm has failed.
Hey!
We tried, guys. We really
Stay out of that
tried.
cupboard.
Yes. Maybe we can talk to Nico now again. Maybe. Let's just keep having a chat with Nico every time we try. Come on. Nico, we can do this. Where are you, Nico? There you are. Listen, I need you to cause a distraction. Nico. I don't want it to come to this, but you might need to start singing.
Could you distract the general while I took a look at that chart?
You're kidding. Did you see the way he was leering at me?
Yeah. You'd make a great snake charmer. Come on. 5 minutes is all I need.
Well, maybe. But it's your harebrained scheme. You do the talking.
You'd make a great snake charmer. Go and charm his snake. 5 minutes is all I need. That's what she said. 2 jokes in the same sentence. Let's do this. We're on fire. Alright, Nico. Go and charm his snake. I'm going to look at his chart. Nico. Do this. Come on.
There was nothing else I...
Okay. General, guess what, Dio? Stare at Nico while I go and look at this.
Senor.
Sorry, I forgot.
Senor.
Sorry, I forgot.
Nico! Do something! Come on.
My girlfriend has a favor she wants to ask you, General.
For you, my dear. Anything.
I've changed my mind.
Oh, no, you haven't. She's embarrassed about asking you for an interview, General.
An interview with me? Fabuloso!
Well, I want to write a story about you.
You hear that, Ronaldo? An exclusive glossy spread about your beloved general.
Progress.
Si, Signor General.
Look after things here. I'm going back to my apartment and I don't want to be disturbed.
I'll get you for this, Josh Stobart.
Don't worry. If you're gone for more than a couple of hours, I'll come and get you.
A couple of hours?
Nico, I don't know what your problem is. You're going to be totally safe. Just go and spend 3 or 4 hours with this 6'5" muscled, South American general in his own apartment. What's the worst that could happen, Nico? Not very appreciative.
No, 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 Signor. The General said nobody must see that chart.
He won't know unless you tell him.
You don't know him, Signor. He will worm it out of me, as easily as he de-waxes his ear.
Okay. I'd have to get rid of him.
I hate this. At this point, just kill him. I'll kill a man. At this point, I will kill a man.
Would you take my friend to the ruins now the general's gone?
I'd be honored, senor.
Thanks. I'll go get her.
Oh, now we let Pearl know. I'm sure my girlfriend will be fine for several hours with this incredibly, evil dictator. He's not going to do anything bad, is he? He's not. He's not.
I've made the arrangements for your visit to the temple, Pearl.
Oh, that's just great, George. Why don't you come too, honey?
I'd love to, but right now I have to save the world.
The world. George, it's a single Mayan artifact, and one guy that we know is in jail.
Listen, sweetie. I'm looking for an official guide to take me to the old pyramid.
For a lovely lady, I would go to the ends of the earth. For you, I will go as far as the pyramid and back. But what about your husband?
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Let's go, Beanpole.
That is a good line. I like that. I mean, I appreciate the Twitch messages as well. The general's going to get a glossy spread one way or another, as long as he's charming.
As Pearl and Ronaldo set out for the ruined pyramid, I prepared to search the police station.
All right, George. Let's search this station. I'm sure we're absolutely fine now.
It looked like a geological survey map showing the land to the southeast of Quaramon City. About 60 miles inland and upstream was an area marked Teoculcan.
Teoculcan. Cool. Let's play Space Invaders quickly while we're here.
It was a computer monitor with some kind of outdated game displayed on it. I didn't have time to get sidetracked by playing computer games.
Nerd.
The safe was undoubtedly locked. I had no need for junk mail.
Right, let's go chat this dude in the prison, shall we? Let's see what's going on. Let's also save the game. I'd say we're doing pretty good. We've made progress. Hey, Miguel! Sorry about, being in jail.
I'm George Stobart. You're Miguel the musician, aren't you?
Ex-musician, senor. My career is finished.
Going to jail could be the boost your career needed.
Senor, I would rather die than live with this shame.
I mean, that could be arranged.
Why is that noose hanging from the bars?
Ronaldo strung it up for me to hang myself. Don't cry for me, Senor Stobart. When I am dead, the goddess will take my soul to rest in paradise.
Okay, I can see you're having a real Debbie Downer of a day, and I'm not going to pretend I can help, but who's Karzak?
Have you heard of a guy called Karzak?
Yes. The old man spoke of him.
The foreigner? Professor Oubier?
That's right. This man Karzak is Ubier's boss.
I see. I'm just going to take this noose away from you.
I couldn't reach the noose.
Well, that's a shame. I'm gonna... Would you like these pants?
He wouldn't be interested.
You don't know. He's about to die. Things could go wrong. What else? Yo, listen, Miguel.
There was nothing I wanted to talk about right then.
Miguel, my man, do you want a biscuit? I mean, the worst you can say is no, and you're going to die anyway.
He wouldn't be interested.
George, I'm going to need a much more positive attitude from you.
He wouldn't be interested.
What about this little statue?
He wouldn't be interested.
What? Do you want my worm?
He wouldn't be interested.
Do you want some lipstick?
He wouldn't be interested.
I can get you a goat. Alright, so, Karza, a light.
I couldn't reach the light.
Could we just throw something at the light? Could we throw the lucky coal? Could we throw the cap? Okay, so we...
Someone had thoughtfully provided little shades for the light bulbs. The rest of the prison area looked like an English public toilet.
That's very true, it does. What else have we got going on here? We've not got much else happening. Could we throw the statue at the light bulb? No. Okay, cool. We could probably find a key to try and open the actual cell.
It was Miguel, the musician.
Maybe we can see if Nicole's finished distracting
the General yet. See if he's earned another medal or two. What's in the filing cabinet? Where else can we search? Can we go and turn the television off? See what's underneath it, around it, on top of it?
I decided to leave the television switched on.
Why? Why would you do this, George? George, you're killing me here, man. Dwayne needs a detonator. How can I get one? Right, why don't I go and... So I've looked at the chart. I can now go and tell the lady in the mining camp where they're going to. The General is going to the place. We're doing this, guys. We're making progress. We're really getting here. We've been here a long time. We're going to escape, don't you worry. Also, I think she might be sympathetic to our cause. I think she's a good person.
I got a good look at that chart in the police station. It's a map of Quaramon.
Does it tell us where Ubier is heading?
Yeah, a place called Teoculcan.
That's the site of the mine. I wonder why they're being so secretive about Ubier's plans. One thing's for sure. If the General's involved, they're up to no good. I'd like to talk to that musician Miguel. Take the detonator and get him out of that jail.
Thank you. Finally. God, there's a lot of admin required for terrorism. Just thought this would be all the fun stuff, like, you know, doing the explosions, but now you gotta talk to people, you gotta pimp your girlfriend out, you gotta resist the urge to play Space Invaders. It's challenging to live this lifestyle. It really is. People just, they look at it and they think it's easy. It's not easy to resist playing Space Invaders. And apparently get Boss Lady on board with a jailbreak. Oh, she is going to girl boss, gaslight. That's what she's going to do. She's going to girl boss, gaslight, and gatekeep. Dwayne, I have got you the detonator.
Here is the detonator, Dwayne.
Keep your voice down, George. You want everyone to know. You'd best go and warn Miguel that the U.S. cavalry's on the way.
Okay.
Dwayne, why do you want me to be quiet when you're about to set off a metric fuckton of explosives? I think we're past the point of whispering here, Dwayne. We're about to inform the rest of the country and probably connecting countries about what we're doing. Gaskeep, girl light, gate boss. Oh, sometimes I say words and they are not the right words. Alright, come on, Miguel, listen. There's about to be an explosion. Miguel, get on board.
Hey, Miguel.
What is it? What is happening?
We're getting out of here.
Who's we? They've sent the Delta Force?
Nope.
The Impossible Missions Force?
Don't make me sick. Much better.
Who then?
A retired greetings card salesman from Ohio.
I'm doomed.
You're not the only one.
I should have known you'd be trouble the moment I saw you.
Look, I can explain everything.
Get in that cell, now.
And what if I refuse?
He'll shoot you.
Okay, here I am, going quietly into the cell.
Very wise, North Americano scum.
One of the reasons I hate guns so much is the way they make people so damned impolite.
Alright, Brunello. You may have won this round. But when my girlfriend gets back from banging your boss...
I hope you're enjoying your vacation, Senor Stobart.
Go polish your weapon, Ronaldo.
Yeah. As soon as he's finished giving her the interview, maybe twice.
This was part of your plan, right?
Well, in a manner of speaking, no. I was all out of ideas. It was up to Nico now.
So, here we are.
You've changed.
I thought I would slip into something more comfortable.
The stench of cheap cologne rolled over me like tear gas.
So, what do you want to know about me? Ask and I will answer. I will deny you nothing.
I want to know why you're dressed like Fred from Scooby-Doo.
I am a very giving person.
How nice for your friends.
Your eyes are glittering like stars.
His damn cologne was making my eyes water.
He is Guybrush, but slightly
I was
more
running out of sofa.
assaulty.
As spirited as you are beautiful, I admire that.
As long as he admired it from afar.
Okay, now let's put a bit of television on. You know, watch. We can put on some Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That'll set the mood.
I didn't want to watch a lot of tawdry soap operas.
Okay, cool, right. Bad plan. Forget me. A fish.
On close inspection, I noticed that the swordfish was peppered with machine gun bullet holes. The general was a real sportsman, and no mistake.
Well, great accuracy. He clearly didn't miss. And you know, the sexiest thing that I do is have a portrait of my mum hung up on the wall, just in case.
I didn't want the picture.
Well, Nico, that's your fault. Okay, hang on. Lava lamps. Lava lamps are actually pretty cool.
I didn't want the lava lamp.
Nico, you're killing me here. You're gonna have to do something, and it ain't gonna be him. So, let's just see what else is going on here.
The tiger was beyond help.
Ooh, okay, yeah, maybe taking things is George's thing. I mean, kleptomaniacs are always taking things literally. What about walking this way? Oh, look at that foreground parallax scrolling. You love to see it. Can we escape? No. Why the knee pads? She was prepared. You know, unfortunately, the general just wasn't her type.
I didn't want the lava lamp.
Can we leave?
I had to keep him talking.
But what about? Let's try again then. Hey, what about the lava lamp?
Is that a lava lamp?
Sure, it's more impressive in the dark. I'll close the blinds.
No, don't do that. Not on such a beautiful day.
That was nearly smooth. God damn. Oh, fair enough. You know, hate the player, but game recognized game.
Who's the guy with the hat and the fat cigar?
My mother.
Okay, what about the fish?
Big fish. Catch it yourself?
Catch it. Fishing poles are for children.
Then how did... Are those bullet holes?
2 magazines on full automatic. It put up quite a fight.
General, why have you put porn on the telly? Why is there a woman falling into a mud bath and then jiggling pixelated boobs? Okay, that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
I, love your TV.
Oh, yeah. Cool, no?
Mom! What is going on here?
Nothing, Mom. I was...
I'm in uniform. And when I'm in uniform, it's...
Madame la Presidente, sorry, Madame la Presidente.
Now, what is going on here?
Nothing, Madame la Presidente. I was just showing my friend Nico some of the cool stuff I've got.
Hi.
Good afternoon, señorita. And just what are your intentions toward my son?
Intentions? We were just talking.
How nice. She has good bone structure, Raoul. Has she any brains?
She's a reporter.
Is she? And what sort of questions has she been asking?
I'm a freelance photojournalist. I do lifestyle features.
For what sort of magazines?
It looked safest to play dumb, with good bone structure. Haya, lifestyle of the super rich and vainglorious, Envy magazine,
Excellent! Raoul, you've chosen well for a change.
It was pretty obvious who pulled the strings around here. I hope George was making good use of the time I was buying him.
And then it goes, pa 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 pa. And when you were in this band of yours, you used to play that song for 2 hours? Yeah,
We were really famous at our college. Still, ours wasn't as good as the original version.
I have never heard that song before, yet I have no doubt that this must be true.
Hey! Psst! Hey, George!
Dwayne Henderson. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. Get to the American consul and tell him I've been imprisoned without charge.
Get real, George. He was the previous occupant of that cell you're in. We're gonna have to use good old American know-how to get you out of there.
Uh-oh.
That, and this truck full of explosives I've got here.
Dwayne, listen to me. You'll kill all of us.
You're such a naysayer, George. It'll go like clockwork. Negative to negative, it's positive to you gotta get the bare copper wire here. Let me just, damn. All right, I'll just hook that up. All right, there we go. Okay, just a minute. I've got to get to a safe distance.
Quick, Miguel, hit the mattress.
You have strange customs up north.
Here we go.
Too late.
Are we dead yet?
Horse shit.
What happened to the explosives?
There ain't no explosives. My dumbass supplier must have given me organic fertilizer instead of chemical. All I got here is 400 pounds of lightly fried horse apples.
That's a lovely image, Dwayne. Never mind, I'll think of something.
Okay. Plan B. Can I just open the door?
The door was locked.
All right, well, I'm out of ideas. Any of you guys? I mean, maybe we could try the lock?
I didn't have the key to the lock.
We don't need the key. We've got a little tiny dart. George, why are you shrugging at me, man? That's exact... Come on. Come on. Dude. Dude, look, Miguel. Give me that rope.
Listen to me, Miguel. You give me that rope, and I'll get us out of here. Is there somewhere you can hide from the General?
Of course. My friends have a boat ready to take me upriver. But how are you going to break out of here with just a short piece of rope?
I'm not sure. But I'll think of something.
Faith in me, Miguel. Come on, a little more faith than that. I don't have all the answers, Miguel. What I am going to do is ask Dwayne to tie this to the truck.
Your plan doesn't work. Will you let me hang myself in peace?
Yes.
I couldn't escape that way.
But could you use the rope on the cell window? Dwayne. Dwayne, my boy.
I couldn't escape that. I had nothing else to ask him.
What do you mean? He's right here. Dwayne, I want to ask him, hey, can you put the... Grab the noose and then give it to Dwayne.
Hey, Dwayne, I want you to tie this rope to your truck and then drive forward. I'd had no idea whether this was really going to work, but I'd seen it in a black and white Western. Of course, Hopalong was using a horse and Dwayne had a 4-ton truck, but hey, the principle's sound.
Anything you say, George.
Here we go.
Please forgive my mother. She can be a little difficult.
Why is the mum watching porn as well?
Oh, my feet. Raoul, propose, you idiot.
Don't mind her. She just wants grandchildren.
Don't think I can't hear you, Raoul. I want the worthy successor, and you're not it. Propose now, or I'll do it for you.
Look, Nico, we haven't known each other very long, but... What the hell was that?
I didn't know what was going on, but Georges had to be involved in it somewhere.
Let's have a quick look. Oh, we did it!
I ain't gonna say a thing, 'cause that sweet sound of falling masonry says it all.
Quick, senor, the river.
Huh? Wait, what about Nico?
She's dead. Don't worry about it. Oh, she's fine. Nico, get in. Good timing.
Georges, what have you done? You only had to sneak a look at the chart, and it's turned into World War III.
No time to explain. Come on.
That dude there.
Don't move, terrorist scum. You talking to me, Junior? Yes, I'm talking to you, fat man. And my name's not Junior. A word to the wise, Junior. You carry on waving that pea shooter in my face, and the next person who sees it is gonna be your proctologist. Savvy? General, I am happy to report that I have apprehended the terrorists.
You idiot! Not them! The other American and the French woman! They're the ones!
He's such a whiny baby.
Run, guys. Run! Onto that conveniently placed boat.
And now we travel up the river to the archaeological dig site. Oh well, we died. Or did we?
When I recovered consciousness, I was alone, washed up on the riverbank. My head was aching fiercely, and my mouth tasted like a swamp. At first, I thought the music I heard was in my head. Just my luck to wind up in paradise with a migraine. But I followed the sound and discovered a tree house in a nearby clearing.
Interesting. And whose treehouse is it? This is a washing machine?
The contraption consisted of a crude wooden wheel with wooden slats. Interwoven vines made up what looked like a drive belt.
Dwayne sprung me and Miguel from jail. Not the most elegant of rescues, but do I care?
Nico arrived just in time and we hightailed it out of there and escaped in an old fishing boat. We headed upriver toward the mine, the archaeological expedition, and, inevitably, trouble. Just when we thought we were safe and had settled down for some well-earned kip, a helicopter appeared from the darkness and bombed the boat. I remember being blown into the water and debris falling all around me, then the stream carrying me away. I looked around for Nico, but I couldn't see her. Did she make it? God, I hope so. Whose treehouse is this? Did Nico survive? Has Dwayne been taken into custody? Has the mum shouted at the sun some more? Who knows? All these questions and more will be answered next Saturday at 7 o'clock. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, thank you very much for joining me. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We are about 50% through, if I save there, Broken Sword 2, The Smoking Mirror. Thank you for joining me. I'm enjoying it. We're going to play many more point-and-click adventures on stream. I've got a RuneScape video coming out, another Kingsfield video coming out, and then hopefully a couple of cool projects that I'm genuinely excited to work on. Take care of yourself. Good night, and God bless.